Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Unicorn Overlord. So, yeah, I went with a very well-known Trinity Rain build and started spamming that and just hope for the best. And turns out, yeah, he's busted. He's very weak against the strongest spell in the game. Who would have thought it? Also, a bunch of people leveled up to level 50. I got a lane squad to level 49. Spamming all of the treatises I have and the miracle fruits. That helps as well. But here we go. I have a glass cannon here, and I just spammed it and used all of my stuff, and I'm not even worried about that time limit because I have so much ashen corn. So let's get this ending, and then we'll do some finishing touches. And, yeah, I've already buffed myself.
Is soon at hand, and none shall deny my people their glory. So come if you wish, powerless fools. Meet your demise before the axe of Galerius, almighty emperor of your meager world.
Have a taste of my magic.
Let's see if this actually works. Does something killed these guys? So I want to see what's happening.
You've miscalculated.
By the darkest armor.
Yeah, darkest armor.
No more tricks.
That's what.
Focus your mind.
Now these are probably what causes the thing to disappear. So 6 hits doesn't matter. They're not the attackers. For some reason, I can't seem to get the sorcerer's connection to proc onto Ock, despite everything I try. Fallen one, that should cause, yeah, cause that everyone to be one HP, which is so unfair.
You can do it.
22 right? Guaranteed hit. That causes a guaranteed hit, and that's when the damage starts coming out. And then I recast it. And now I'm supposed to cause a little bit more damage. That stops him from doing any counterattacks. You don't have that. You're just gonna have your fireball. Guaranteed hit. Bang, bang, bang. Burn. And he's gonna die from burn. Oh, hell yeah. This formation is not ideal. It's not perfect. I've seen some really good ones. But this is what I have. And I won. There you go.
Perhaps I'll purchase a good book to celebrate.
Did you see that, Mother?
And that's that. God, this took forever. Like, I did not want to subject you guys to that again, because like I spent like a full hour just fumbling about. I just didn't have the raw numbers.
Galerius,
And that's the
Emperor
only
of
reason
Norway.
I didn't beat him.
Your ambitions are laid bare, and your empire in ruin.
If you hope to speak, you'll find me no willing participant. I have no words for you. End this now.
So, usually, I would do this, but seeing as you got characters like Gamel and Madrid, I am suggesting Elaine, despite my own like sensibilities, I would strike him down because he's just a threat. But I feel like the game is tricking me somehow. So we're just gonna do this one. He's probably gonna be turned into a good guy or something. Just like, you know, no matter how you look at it, Gamel was an immensely bad character. He has blood in his hands. And no amount of atoning is going to quash away the several lives that he's taken. Sonatio as well. He's got hundreds of lives in his hands. But we forgave him anyway for some weird ass reason. So I feel like the game wants me to do this.
Galerius, you saw in Fevrith's innocent people mere vessels to house your own fallen empire. But as long as I live and breathe, You'll never inflict such callous devastation on our world.
How do you know of that?
Piteous ghost of an age long past. I shall grant your soul the freedom it desires.
You will not!
How is he still fighting?
My brethren were robbed of their corporeal flesh. Left to
Yeah,
wander
but
in the
that's
void of
literally of
nothingness
your own
for
making. You tried to be
800 years. Their pain is my strength.
like you tried to take on the power of godhood
Fury given form.
by slaughtering literal god.
The souls of Zenoira remain trapped in the beyond. Their emperor shall never know defeat.
Your Majesty.
Baltro!
How goes the rite?
Flawlessly. We lack but a single soul to complete the spell.
Then these
Gee, I wonder what
shall
that's gonna
more than
be.
enough. Grant me your strength, and we'll stamp them out together.
We'll never lose to the likes of you.
What do you think you're doing?
Apologies if I wasn't clear, Your Majesty. The last soul the sigil seeks is none other than yours.
Yeah, I wonder if I saw that
Treacherous
coming.
fool, finally gone senile.
It's always the sorcerer who serves under the immense warrior
Is that
that ends up
Your mother?
betraying.
your
It's just a
Majesty?
classic trope.
But how? Mother!
But you know, don't act like anyone's going to be surprised if you're going to use it.
Thank the Father. She's okay.
Speak to me, please.
You fought valiantly, Elenia, but this battle has reached its conclusion.
You're wrong. And I shall have your head for thinking otherwise.
Oh, she actually
Your
won,
hubris was the end of you, Valmor.
despite the overwhelming force, and everyone
What
around him
sorcery
dead.
is this?
Do you see now the futility of your struggle? By cutting me down, you have doomed yourself to a life reborn as my new vessel.
Is that actually Valmor speaking, though?
Madness. How does Valmor yet live?
He doesn't. The man was a simple human, undeserving of the glorious soul of an emperor.
Name yourself at once.
I am Baltro, sorcerer of the great and storied Zenoiran Empire. The very empire whose armor was passed through Valmor's family for generations on end.
So he set this up from the start.
It was I
Okay.
who bound
This is better than I
our
thought.
soul to that armor.
So he didn't just trick some random guy. This is a family that was controlled through the generations.
Cornian royal family bears the blood of the maiden. No matter. Your feeble flesh shall now play host to Galerius, ruler of all creation.
I don't get why they changed form though, except for the reveal. You know? It could have just been Elenia as an evil soul. Evil body possessed by an evil soul.
I never imagined he possessed such frightful mastery over the bodies of others.
Elaine, I can't say how much time has passed since that day, but you've grown so much. If only I could have been there to witness it. It seems I owe Joseph a great deal for raising you in my absence.
Yep. But now the final boss is coming. Hopefully it's not as bullshit as the last one.
Open and true. Rise, prisoners of the unicorn's curse, spectral phantoms from an ancient time. You shall be the first to perish by my newfound strength.
Joseph, see my mother somewhere safe.
And you, Your Highness?
We end this long-drawn war, here and now.
You're here.
We have to stop him. But if anyone can do it, it's you, the savior of Fevrith.
Come home, both of you.
Alright. Now, I think this would be like a cutscene battle. Because we had some kind of mysterious ability, but we'd never had to use it yet. So, it would be applying now, surely. Don't you understand, boy? Your end has already been written. I'll not hear another word of Bartol's matters come the final battles upon us. If he's just a normal enemy, I can get behind that. I want to see his unit, actually. What is it like? Dark Marquest. Okay. Theodora, Berthia, Belisarius. Belisarios! Theodora. Polonius. Gee, I wonder if this is all references to something. Narcisse. He still has his dark armor on. Fuck's sake. It sucks so much. I hate this. Okay. Let's just do it. Hopefully this is just a cutscene battle.
Vexing indeed.
Doesn't matter.
To me.
I'll win. I know. I'll leave the furries to defend.
Good choice.
There you go. You're not gonna get in my way.
You
Get
face me.
out of my face.
Victory grows ever closer. We march. Onward.
Get out of my face.
Your villainy ends here. Well fought. The time is at hand.
See that cutscene?
Come then.
Right, defensive drought. Unless you cast that stupid bullshit spell that puts me in 1 HP no matter what. Right.
The futile struggle of a rebellion damned.
So they're all tanks.
Draws near, Cornian whelp. Cease these fatuous endeavors and return to nothingness unending.
Many times you've tried, Baltro, but you shall never break our spirit. I promise you that. Now prepare to be vanquished.
It's not the ideal squad, but Elaine is just busted.
10 years past,
Especially with
but
the
I
unicorn
shall
blade.
not falter again.
Especially when he's breaking max
The
level.
sorrows of this tragic war must never again afflict our land. It's what my father would have wanted.
Forward!
Remember to rest.
Is that all? Foolishness!
Unicorn, grant me strength.
Oh. There's the skill.
Vermin.
Simpleton!
And I!
Agony awaits!
Get out of my face. Okay, no evade tank for you.
You shall.
Get wrecked.
Decay. I must endure.
Bam.
Be
Okay, nope. They're not dying, so that's fine.
Bear witness.
Wild Rush.
Unicorn, grant me strength.
Okay, just keep spamming that skill, I suppose. It's just yeah, it's just gonna heal.
Careless.
Yeah, Galerius is the main one.
Succumb to the flood! Easy now.
We got this. Yeah, I just have to bash through that. Oh my god, he just re-ups it as well. Oh, that's a thing. I barely got damaged. I wanted to use it. Okay, I've seen it. End it now. I just want it over.
Come then.
Let's see it.
With me.
Yeah, it would be Galerius, wouldn't he? As the remainder.
I'll not be disturbed.
Unicorn, grant me strength.
Yeah. And it would be Galerius at the end. God damn it. Perfect.
Not resist.
I don't care. Literally do not give a shit.
Like new. Is that better? Like new.
Honestly,
We march on.
Scarlet as the maiden is pretty damn good.
I'll not let this go to waste.
I've not reached my ceiling yet.
I've need of a rest.
Is that it? That's a bit shit. But thank God. It's so much easier.
Whilst I still feast on the souls of Zenoira, thy might is eternal.
Do you not seek their resurrection?
A witless idea, born of the fool Galerius. He served his purpose well enough in prizing open the gate to the beyond. And now, he shall be consumed like all the rest. What's more, there would be little benefit in reviving mere humans.
Do the souls of your brethren mean nothing to you?
No.
That's fuel for my magic. Most
A
certainly.
necromancer doesn't tend to have empathy
What
for people.
primitive evil should I reanimate next, I wonder? A monster capable of crushing Fevris beneath its heel, perhaps?
Well, so long as you can keep it
You're
under
the
control.
monster.
Spirits of Zenoira, hear my call. Your emperor is no more, and in his place, a tyrannical fiend who craves nothing but absolute control. Tell me, is this what you truly desire? To sacrifice your very essence in service of this demon?
Pathetic child.
Souls of the departed, if you've any humanity left within you, lend me your aid!
Oh. Their strength is leaving me. You've ruined everything, accursed fool!
These souls are not a power one can wield, Baltro. They are human lives. Human will in its purest form.
Power one can wield as I wield this power. It doesn't ring quite true, does it?
City's very nature has been recast. How is this happening?
It appears we arrived just in time.
This isn't how my tale concludes. I won't allow disciples? You dare turn on your master? The time has come, Alain.
Let us lift the curse of the unicorn and bring the salvation of heaven to these lost souls.
I'm with you.
So the wind is buffeting her chest and causing jiggle physics. It's just kind of distracting me. That is a shame, actually. A person that that capable is, you know, just gone. Well, I say I did quite well for myself. Oh, so all the new archives is like the endings for them. Are you at least gonna change the banner? Because that's a Zenoran heraldry on that castle.
Ah, there you are. Your coronation is set to commence at any moment.
A word first, if I may. With the much-awaited fall of Zenoiran rule, we finally attained our most coveted dream. 'Twas a vow I made to the ring itself. A promise fashioned out of steel and blood. Yet, can a champion tempered in the flames of war truly lead in times of peace?
Yes, because you rebuilt the nation as you went.
Your Highness, the Liberation Army has boasted a singular gift. Its rank-born nobles, sellswords and civilians alike. Disparate nations united as one under a common banner. Your banner. None could ever question the strength of such a leader.
He speaks the truth, you know.
Should you not be sound in bed right now?
And miss the day my son is crowned king? I wouldn't so much as dream of it. Elaine, you stand before me a man full grown. One who will rule these lands with compassion and love. Just as you've done for all those who fought beside you.
I noticed she's
Be
not wearing
proud, my
shields
son.
on her.
Not only of what you accomplished, but how you've made it so.
I will, Mother. Thank you both, from the depths of my heart. Now then, a radiant future for Cornea awaits.
Do we get to see the coronation?
Year 906 of the Hallowed Chronicle. Thus, with all of Fevrith as his witness, a bold young king.
So basically,
ascended
the whole
throne.
of Fevris in modern history is only
Ere long,
900
the
years old.
scourge of Galerius and ancient Zenoira
Yeah.
would be little more than footnotes
I
on
ass-
the
yeah.
pages of history.
Yeah, I assume the start of the date is after
And those scars
the
of glory
Galerius,
yet blighted the
the
land.
fall of the Galerian Empire,
Its people, awed and inspired by Cornea's
when the first
noble
maiden was
ruler,
born.
began
basically.
their arduous trek down the path to recovery.
But yeah, 900 years.
Forevermore
A lot
would
can
the
happen.
Chronicles of Fevrith extol the Savior Elaine's sacred journey, a legend only embellished in the generations to come. That of a divine beast and a liberator king that bore its name. The unicorn Overlord.
But Overlord has a bad connotation, though. I know what they mean. It's like a Dio or like the Great King. But Overlord is more like a totalitarian kind of office than a, a good one. Than one of a paragon, like Elaine here. Where's Morad? And Ramona? Curious? I've just noticed the elves in the foreground and Yana. I'm blind. But yeah, where are the other? Where are the Bestrels? Where are the exotic-looking characters? None of these names are coming out to me as something I recognize. That said, I haven't been listening to the Japanese dub, have I? Like, vanillaware games tend to have pretty decent dubs. Whether their translations are actually any good, I don't know. I'm not fluent. But I am getting a better idea of Japanese to such an extent that I can begin to criticize it. Because Unicorn Overlord sounds really cool until you use a paragon for it. If it was Unicorn Overlord as in Galerius tries to sort the power of the unicorn and control over it, that would make sense. But if anything, Elaine is the Unicorn King. And that's good enough. After the war, Lex left rule of Cornet to Elaine and set forth to hone his mastery of the blade. Whenever he encountered a former ally on his travels, he and they would spar just as they did prior to their days of liberation. Though there was a great distance between him and Elaine, and their bond of friendship remained strong as ever, and Lex swore to brandish his sword for his king should the need arise. With the war concluded, Chloe chose to serve Elaine as his chief lady-in-waiting rather than return home to her family in Cornea. In this role, she oversaw the domestic needs of the kingdom, though she never kept her spear far from her hand in case of crisis. At times, she would be seen reminiscing with her old friends at the nice barracks. A practice with Elaine himself would join when the ideal moment presented itself. I would have thought they just married each other, honestly. But then again, they did friend-zone each other. After the war, Hodrick was granted a post as captain of the Cornea Royal Guard, a role which he saw him dedicate great attention to the growth of his soldiers and to their unshakable unity. At times, he and his mentor Joseph partook in intense sparring bouts, which never failed to draw onlookers on the training hall. Though offered the role of Chancellor due to his immense efforts in protecting the prince and shepherding the liberation to victory, Joseph declined and instead chose to see out his days as the new king's personal blade. Ever a stern leader, he worked tirelessly to train the soldiers that would serve as Cornea's new guardians and ensure the kingdom would remain safe long after his eventual passing. Renaud returned to the land he had once ruled under Zenora's magic, and though some would never forgive his cruel treatment, others came to see the sincere regret which he earnestly faced their resentment. He didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, his commitment towards starting anew saw him grow into a fine leader with an eye ever focused on the future, unhindered by the tragic failings which plagued his past. Okay, it does auto-scroll after a while. Good thing I read quickly. Yeah, Ash and Blue, what happened to them? I know Clive went back. He probably became the leader of it. Declining a position within the Royal Guard, Clive returned to the province of the Ash and Blue and began work on establishing a new form of self-governance with his fellow knights. His bold philosophy, which espoused the virtues of collective rule over a single authority, soon spread throughout the province, from the knights of its order to the farmers to in his fields. That is treasonous, and he might have to be put down in the future. After the war, Adol returned to the province of the Ash and Blue, a decorated hero, beloved by fellow knights and townfolk alike. His bright demeanor saw him remain ever popular, playing with local children during the day, and partaking in revelry at the province's lively taverns by night. In the end, he chose to live out his days as a beloved knight in the company of his people. When the liberation disbanded, Berenice set out to travel Cornea and hone her skills, hunting bandits and aiding in the reconstruction all the while. Years later, she was welcomed back to the province of the Ash and Blue, where she chose to settle down and become an instructor in military arts, thus giving rise to the mightiest army the province has ever known. That's not good. That's a standing army that's within Cornea. That's not beholden to the Cornean crown. His role with the liberation concluded, Rolf's reputation as a brave hunter earned him a post as a guardian of Cornea's forests. This duty saw him not only defend the land from wild beasts and poachers, but tend to the natural bounty of the region and heal the scars of battle inflicted across the woodlands. Such benevolent deeds brought him nigh endless praise from the people he served. After the war, Mordon abandoned his life as a mercenary and lived on as a humble stonemason, while the reconstruction of Barbatimo was his priority. He eventually turned his gaze towards the pursuit of aesthetics and creation of ever more elaborate architectural projects. The stunning facades which lined the main thoroughfare of his home, thus given the name Morton Road upon his eventual passing, were beloved by all for generations to come. Off reading off a list of his accomplishments with the liberation at his grandmother's graveside, Orc departed on a journey of fervent magical research, never to return to his homeland again. The thesis, that should be an I there, he enamored him later in life, came to be treasured and comprehensive comprehend for hope of sorcerers who, as of yet, lacked a requisite background in magical arts. After the war, Jeremy quietly departed from the liberation and returned to his life as a mercenary, wherein, no matter the danger he found himself in, his quick wit and years of experience always saw him to safety. Upon completing a particularly lucrative job with a few old faces from the war, he and his men drank an entire tavern dry and were thus writ in the pages of mercenary legend. Sorry, I was distracted by the English lyrics there. Like, oh, I can actually understand the weird noises coming out of that woman's mouth. But it's basically just a generic hymn about praising the unicorn. I couldn't get all of it, just little bits and pieces, but the lines were generic enough. With Cornea restored, Miriam was named captain of the Knights of the Rose, a robe which saw her dignified air and indisputable military prowess earn her the adoration of rising female knights both with her nation's borders and abroad. With a newly placed emphasis on collective strength, the Knights of the Rose quickly grew to be one of the most coveted orders in the land. After the war, Kitra continued to serve with the Knights of Rose, while also taking up a post guarding the people of Grand Karen. Whenever trouble struck, she and her hammer were always quick to scene, much to the delight of the onlooking citizens. As a skilled craftswoman, she also aided in rebuilding the city, and enjoyed unique popularity amongst the local shogun due to her sharp wit and fiery attitude. Though her efforts in the war saw Fran offered a commanding role in the Knights of Rose, she politely declined, saying that she preferred to stand as an equal rather than superior. Retaining the status granted her the latitude to charge into battle to rescue her allies at a moment's notice, a fact which all who knew her agreed was for the best. With peace returned to Cornea, Melisandre slipped past Urge's watcher of Vises day after day in order to request his hand in marriage. While her wish never came to pass, the beauty and vigor of her spirited blade were the highlight in many royal banquets, and thus stole the hearts of countless guests. After the war, House Millet began to reclaim its former glory, a pursuit the Calm enjoyed even more than his Lady Melisandre herself, though she had always posed him as an array of posed a narrator, and the fact that Cornea's new king was the object of her affection presented an endless struggle for her faithful steward. In light of Monica's deeds with the liberation, the noble house Nordheim was restored to its rightful place of honor and respect. Her calm demeanor and stately dedication and moral clarity earned her the fierce support of her people, a groundswell which only grew after her grandfather's passing. When she bore great commitment towards helping her people, she never forgot to honor her vassals in the annual stargazing festival, which she herself was responsible for creating. In a cave? In a cave. After the war, Aramis saw to it that Gilbert was crowned king and left Sondrago to support his brother in the restoration of Dragonhold, taking the guise of a mercenary, a stage actor, a sailor, and much more along the way. In the centuries to follow, local legends throughout the nation told of a host of men named Aramis who appeared to help when the land seemed to be at its most vulnerable. With the war concluded, Hilda laid down her spear and pursued an expertise in medicine so that she might aid those who still suffered. After years of ardent study, she became an apothecary and joined Prim in caring for the sick and infirm throughout Fevres. Forevermore would history speak of the countless lives she and her sister saved astride her gallant, loyal wyvern. So she still had the wyvern. Similarly, Prim's attention turned after the war towards the ailing peoples of Fevres and supporting Hilda's dogged pursuit of medical knowledge however she could. Her work caring for the infirm eventually led the Orthodox to bestow upon her the title of Honorary Angel, an accolade which Prim could only humbly decline. Oh wow. She got the end pass, but she refused. Damn. With the war concluded, Alban donated his earnings to the people of Dragonhold's desert and took up the task of rebuilding his home. Soon enough, towns in the region grew prosperous indeed, and the land, once known of its first grand boundary, began to flourish in true under Alban's benevolent leadership. After years in the desert, he acquired a ship and sailed the oceans in search of new ventures. Magellan set out to reunite his old band and had scattered across them, after which he returned to the desert and announced them as a group of reformed, chivalrous thieves. Tales of their virtue spread even beyond the desert's borders, attracting a horde of young aspirants looking to join their ranks. As the band's numbers continued to grow, their keep here became a vibrant settlement that saw steady progress under Magellan's guidance. After the liberation disbanded, Lisa joined Magellan on his journey and met an influential trader along the way, whom she impressed with his sharp tongue and keen business acumen. While she had always seen skill in the ways of trade, she was able to build a far more profitable enterprise than she ever imagined with the funds she earned during the war. Then she used her wealth to bolster the desert economy and improve the lives of all within. With the war concluded, Gilbert appointed Gostus as the ruling lord of the desert. There, he worked with Orban to better conditions for the people of the dunes and championed them from a position of authority. His benevolence and unshaken sense of duty earned him the adoration of his citizens, who erected a statue depicting Gostus atop his steed after his eventual passing. Oh, Amalia? Anything about Amalia? After all, Amalia returned to Bomrat and shattered her undefeated streak atop his ranking. Yet, despite her assured victory, the crowd never failed to cheer her on. Upon her eventual defeat many years later, she rejoiced to have met another warrior as fearless as she, and Amalia's urging the two set forth towards new horizons. After the war, Berengaria reformed the Tricorn mercenaries, and the band was offered a new role as Drakengard's Order of Knights. But they chose to decline, and the mercenaries traveled the world fighting for the downtrodden and less fortunate. In the years to come, history would speak of their brave endeavors, and all who lived in Febris would know the Tricorn name. As a central figure in the reformed Rapport, Bruno found himself instrumental to the band's renewed efforts. Ever striving to become Berengaria's equal in the field battle, he easily gained the trust and respect of the fellow mercenaries, though his immense strength meant skirmishes ended before others could earn even the slightest glory. After the war, travelers traveled the world with the reformed Tricorn mercenary, proving first his skills and intellect along the way. As a lover of literature, an uncommon trait among mercenaries, he always brought rare and valuable tomes to add to his expanding library whenever work led him roam. Oh, Leia joined. After the war, Gilbert was coronated as the new king of Drakenhold and immediately made a name for himself as a savvy ruler. Long has he chased his brother's shadow, yet now he stood in a light of his own making, which filled his people with hope and joy. In years to come, history would sing his praises as a heroic king who single-handedly delivered his land from the all-consuming ashes of war. Except he had help. The fuck? With the war concluded, Virginia received a proposal of marriage from the newly crowned... Yeah, there you go. As often she gladly accepted. As the representative of the Coronia and Drakenhold both, she was beloved by both nations for the strides she made towards goodwill and unity. Over the years, her bold demeanor and skillful blade work earned her the love and adoration of countless fervent admirers. I ship it. After the war, the relationship between Coronia and Drakenhold was mended at last, and Leah officially entered Virginia's service. When her lady gave birth to her royal heir some years later surprised the court by doting on the newborn prince even more than his loving parents. When the prince grew old enough to wield the sword, Leia served as his stern yet kind master. Oh, they made a home in Elheim, okay. I thought they lived in a Drakenhold. After the war, Celeste continued her work leading the local Elheim militia, swooping down from the skies to aid a trans person in danger or provide relief to an injured soldier. One person rescued by Celeste later started a business by which his convoy would travel to the sites of Febris atop a noble griffin, a venture which he named after his savior. Seeking to make amends for the wrongs he committed during his time with the Black Talons, Gamel and his men traveled the land, engaging philanthropic adventures all the while. Such deeds drew the attention of his fellow thieves and other young rogues, whom he graciously let join the cause. His sister, having at last overcome her cruel illness, was often seen at his side. After war, Madrin's friendship with Gamal remained steady as ever, and the two traveled the continent together. Eager to cheer up Gamal's now recovered sister, he invited her along to show her the incredible sights of Fenris has to offer. Free lived almost as family, though Gamal refused time and time again whenever Madrin asked his sister's hand in marriage. Yeah. Oh, come on. Be a bro. I saw that one coming. Light elves. Mainly the light elves, I think. Oh! What are you doing here? After the war, Yana brought her powerful magic to bear as Cornea's court sorceress. Towards the end of her life, she tearfully retired from the king's service and returned to her swamp to teach the rising generation as their wise village elder. It is said that she maintained her youthful vigil until her final days and departed this world surrounded by her steadfast disciples. After the war, Selva continued to travel the land, pursuing her research into ancient Zenoira. With the memory of the Empire's modern reign fresh in their mind, the world was eager to learn more of their deeds in days of old, and Selva's work gathered immense interest. A deeper understanding of Zenoira's history and culture spread through them, further scholars built upon Selva's findings, thus memorializing her as a pioneer in the field. With the war concluded, Ridiel at last realized her dream of becoming a Knight of Elheim. Though some still whispered about her Halfeld blood, she unflinchingly proved herself through great skill and valor, thus silencing those who discriminated against her. In a few years' time, she came to attain even greater glory than her mother before her, and stood as proud beacon of hope for half-elves throughout every corner. Come on. Come on. Come on, elves. Even your freaking ruler wanted some of that human D. And also Athelion, yeah, Athelion is gonna marry that girl there, clearly. Returning to Elheim, Rosalind traveled the nation to support her brethren as they overcame the atrocities committed by Zenoira. Even amidst her busiest moments, she always made time to visit Elthalinda, and given her role as the augur to the Toranos, the two spent countless hours in each other's company. After the war, Athelion continues to stand in Rosalind's service, not only acting as her personal guard, but sharing stories of her exploits with awestruck dark elven children. It's said that he and a human woman lived out their days together in loving marriage. Yeah, there you go. He got it. He got his. Long after the war's end, Raynor continued to serve Rosalind as captain of her personal guard, being separated from her lady during the invasion of Helheim. Raynor gained a renewed sense of duty and refused to leave Rosalind's side, even when situated and called for a god's protection. However, Rosalind found this dedication to be quite endearing indeed. Yeah, light elves live in the light elf city, the dark elves live in their dank hole, where they belong. Also, the girl moved into the Dark Elf City. Progress. The war with Zenoira concluded. Ethelinda returned to Helheim to restore its charred forests and downtrodden settlements to their long-forgotten glory and pride. By this time, the nation had recovered, and true elves and humans had formed a deeper bond of unity, and the divine Tyrannos commanded the respect and love of both races alike, finally. After the war, Galadmir was reinstated as Elfmir's personal guard and served faithfully beside the divine Tyrannos. Though the land had entered a time of peace, she trained ever diligently with a bow. Word legend speaks of a day she spotted a vile rogue at Elheim's borders and fired upon him from miles away. Crenel at Castle Laurel, piercing him with a single bolt. That's fucking far. Jesus. After the war, Linolagos first aided in the reconstruction of Elheim before swearing his loyalty to Ethelinda anew, thus serving as her second-in-command for all of Elheim. From that moment forth, he dedicated his life to protecting Ervelda, securing Elheim, and ensuring the peace of the Elven land would never again be disturbed by war. Kind of wish her for she gets restored to being a lion. Word of the courageous human raised by Bestral spread throughout Ray, eventually drawing the gaze of renowned historians who penned tales of her exploits in freeing Bestorius. The magnitude of her story resonated across the lands, and Unifi and her heroic brethren came to be idolized by children everywhere, even those who had never once met a Bestral. At the behest of the other Bestral bloodline, Murad ascended the throne as new king of Bestorius and sole surviving lion Bestral. Having experienced life as a human and Bestral both, he ruled without discrimination and quickly garnered loyal support from subjects of all races and bloodlines. Even after Zenora's collapse, Ramona continued to lead the Frost Blooms in aiding wounded Bestrals and restoring Bestorius to his former glory with her vast wisdom and keen insight. She also served as a counsel to the new king of Bestorius, thus dedicating her life to Bestral prosperity and aiding their relations with the other lines of Fevris. Oh yeah, Goville. And Bertrand. Which is a girl's name, I think. Bertrand a girl this whole time. That would have been funny. Though offered a knight as a role as knight's captain by the new King Bestorius, Gulp declined, thus handling the post to be a trusted subject and returning home to manage his grandfather's tavern, despite his age. The tavern thrived for years to come as a warm, welcoming establishment and treasured haven for wary Bestrals taking part in the restoration of Bestorius. With the war concluded, Bertrand lent his to the restoration of Bestorius and the construction of monuments to honor those fallen in battle. Every year, the anniversary of the war's end saw Bestorius blanketed in the bittersweet aroma of flowers, left as offering to their memorials. Bertrand. I swear that's a woman's name. Because there's also names like Gertrude and everything. Dinah! At the suggestion of a dear friend, Dinah and the Snow Petals traveled throughout Bestorius to aid in the ongoing reconstruction efforts. Her fierce loyalty and firm leadership proved equally as useful in times of peace, and her successes saw countless hopefuls aspiring to join the Snow Petals, human and Bestral alike. In time, her destruction was thawed like the northern ice in the light of spring. Bryce? Yeah, Bryce. She's still the lower class. Still the beginner class. Warrior type. After the war, Nina returned home, much to the joy and relief of Millet and her parents. Having reconciled with their family, she then departed once again to travel the world and aid in the ongoing reconstruction efforts. In time, tales of her exploits spread through the land, and admirers gathered in every town in hopes of meeting the vivacious knight. Bryce performed the rock rites in True, not as bandits but as a band of mercenaries seeking to aid in post-war recovery of Fevris. His kindness, humility, and eagerness to accept tasks few would dare endure saw him grow into a respected figure among both the townfolk and his fellow mercenaries. With the war concluded, Sharon returned to Rondmort Church to tend to the wounded. Everywhere she and her trusted companions Oakley's went, they were met with kind hearts and restored faith in the church's teachings. In time, their tale came to be immortalized in a massive stained glass window adorning the wall of their beloved Rondmort. After the war, Cleese laid down her sword in exchange for a prayer book, and thus took up residence in Bodmar Church to spread the Orthodoxy's teachings. There, her status as an angel saw her inspire fervent faith in those around her, and even without the blade in hand, she forever strived to sever the encroaching roots of evil. After the war, Rhaenys led a quiet life in humble service of her Albion Abbey. Her kind, caring nature saw many of her former allies visit the church to offer their prayers and reminisce over a warm meal. In times of leisure, she would pay visits to Scarlet, and the two quickly rekindled their years-forgotten friendship. After the war, Tatiana traveled the world to broaden her knowledge and advance her medical studies should the plague strike again. Though she believed that faith alone could never heal the sick, she softened her stance upon witnessing the warmth, care, and curative magic the land's churches offer their people. Upon her return to Cornea, her research was greatly funded by the lay, and in time it grew to form the central tenets of Febris' medical practice. A real nightingale, that one. In the sanctuary? Oh, and the flower fields. Oh, Scarlet gets her own thing then. Okay. After the war, Humor spent her days defending Orthodoxy as a sacred right, pursuing her study of botany all the while. The verdant flower garden she tended to quickly became one of Albion's most sought-after pilgrimage sites. It's said that at times she would have been hosting Scarlet in that very garden where the two reminisce about their distant childhoods. After the war, Jerome returned to Largian and began restoring the city and its surrounds with the undying aid of his beloved citizens. Though lacking a mastery of governance, his kindness, loyalty, and the occasional baked good earned him the never-ending trust and affection of his people. His work with the liberation complete, Fodokwi, returned to Peyton and began to walk the long road towards reconstruction. His unwavering dedication towards the task at hand earned him the renewed trust of his people, and together they ushered in a new age of peace and prosperity. In time, his beloved son's grave came to be forever adorned with flowers and offerings. Senatio and Nigel, I presume. Oh, look at him. God, the NPC angels look so good. I love them. After the war, Senatio traversed Albion to aid in the reconstruction, wherein witnessing the breadth of faith in the land, thus altered his own beliefs. Despite Scarlet's insistence, he had long declined the pontifical mitra, but in time he relented and chose to honor the trust of those who believed in him. Thereafter, as the new pontifex, he and Nigel worked tirelessly to guide the Orthodoxy down the proper path and spread his teachings to any who would listen. Why would you give him that? What? Oh my god, if anything, yeah, you'd give it to Nigel. Holy shit, that's so bad. No. Oh my god. Is guilty of so many fucking lives lost. Oh my god. I still don't agree with the moral compass this game has. Like, if you committed several crimes, don't put them in a position of power ever again. If they want to atone, fine. But don't give them a commanding role where they can abuse that power. Okay, it's changed to a unicorn now. Hurrah. So I'm guessing if I didn't pick Scarlet, she would be the new Pontifex instead. Thus, Scarlet is appointed Senatio, the new Pontifex of the Orthodoxy, and history tells that upon accepting her role as the Queen of Cornea, she and her beloved Elaine traveled Febris to aid in his recovery. I mean, just make her a Pontifex and Queen of Cornea. That means you would unite the two kingdoms. That's what happened with the royal family, with the English royal family. If you became like the Queen of England, you also became the Queen of Scotland and Wales. Because yeah, you're from the royal family of all three. Alright, let's see that post game. Come on. You may now commence the quest Unicorn Overlord at the start of the final confrontation against Galerius. You can now select choose it when starting a new game. You may now explore Grand Corinne and surrounding area after coronation. You may now visit the altar at Palavias to return to before you... Okay. Visit the altar at Palavias to return to before you perform the Rite of Covenant. A request is now available at... Okay. Save the game now. Hell yeah. Oh, I just could go straight in there. Okay. I do want to make a new save, actually. But that's going to be my private time to play. But let's go explore. See what we get. Holy Unicorn Shield. And some Febrite. Can't say no to that. Oh yeah, it's also Grand Corinne. What do you have?
Did it steal your after?
Amethyst
You're in
pendant.
the right place.
And I can get infinite Febrite. Alright. Well, alright then. Nah, I'm gonna give you one crest shield there.
Done and done. Be see.
Right. We're an hour in. What the fuck? Are there... Oh, okay. Let's finish this off as well. You all done? That should be 100% now. What the fuck? I'm trying to... Is there no quick work? Oh my god. Okay, let me just... Look, I can't access the map. Okay, let's physically head this way then. Jesus Christ, game. So obtuse for no reason. If I recall, I can't do that. I have to go south here. Your kind merchant. Okay. Well, it seems I can't do anything. And I can't do the reports. Interesting. Oh, what's in here actually? Oh, I can't. I can't even explore. Allow me to offer you a heartfelt congratulations. The Crown Queen would belong to none other fitting than man. Like my spirit. Also, give you that unicorn shield, eh? Debuff immunity. That's kind of redundant actually, because I already have debuff immunity from this. Oh well. Yeah, sure. Heed my call, he who boasts the ring of unicorn. I recognize our by thought his ages disappeared, Battle did. Indeed we heard, yet there remains one final task that demands your attention. What is it? In the northwest of Korea lies the capital of the ancient Sonoran, and we shall speak further at the nearby sanctuary. Do not delay, lest the fate of your realm grow irreparably corrupt. Wait, please, I'm still more questions. So you have no choice but to go to the sanctuary it is. Alright, let's see the map. It is indeed 100%. Thank God it's forgiving. You finish it, you actually finish it. Give me a copy. Oh, so he was a fucking ghost. Alright. Cool. Bet. Cool. Very nice. I'm still missing sigils. What the hell? What the hell could that sigil be? Probably here, I suppose. Gonna take a wild guess. I've answered your summons, O Sage of the Sanctuary. Now tell me what exactly threatens to transpire. You stand amidst the devastated capital of ancient Sonoran, a land of great hope and land of great pain. 'Tis on the soil the scars of calamity past herald the revival of which was lost, the very empire which ruled Febris so long ago. What awaits you is a mere glimpse in the future which may have come to pass. All potentially converge here, a realm wholly bereft of order to reason. This is your final trial. He who was compelled by Unicorn. Quell the sorrow which imperils this land and stake your claim as the liberator king of legend. Okay. Yeah, hey, let's go. It's gonna be a 3-hour one, guys. I'm gonna be doing rapports after this. Oh, everybody. Ilenia joined the battle. Alright, bet. Let's go.
The day will be ours. We march. Onward. You face me. A fine bout.
I still have all the items from the last one anyway, so I'm
Take
good.
cover.
That's adorable. I don't have much gold anyway, who cares? Literally don't give a shit.
Your villainy ends here. On my honor.
It appears I've still room to grow.
The time is at hand. You face me.
Just checking if there's any dialogue.
Forward.
No, there isn't. I just killed him.
Remember to rest.
Together now.
Oh wow, you actually dodged.
I'll help.
A fine bout.
Thank you very much.
The time is at hand. To me.
Ilenia, what do you like?
Destiny awaits.
Never mind, you're not doing shit.
Come then. I'll not let this.
I've not reached my ceiling yet.
We march.
Eat some food.
The path is set. Your villainy ends here. Victory grows ever closer. You face me. On my
Oh, was I
honor.
able to recruit him?
I've still room to grow.
What's that? Yeah, Beaumont. The fuck?
To me.
Am I actually able?
You'll have no mercy from me.
Get fucked.
Come then. Well fought.
I will destroy you.
Onward. You face me. My legs grow heavy. We march. The path is set.
Take arms and face me. Ready yourself, traitor.
Come then. I've need of a rest. The time is at hand.
Let's eat another one of these.
We've no time to falter.
Nope, you're not strong enough.
We march. Onward. You face me. A fine bout. The time is at hand. To me.
So I'm just curious now if you can actually recruit Beaumont. Melee!
Victory grows ever
Oh,
closer.
cool.
The path for the liberation. The time is at hand.
Oh, Gaston as well.
Come then. A fine bout. We march.
Capture
me.
that fort.
Your villainy ends here.
Just a generic unit.
Well fought. Come then.
May the Father smile upon
My
me.
legs grow heavy.
Eat another one of them.
You face me.
Is that Galerius? That is Galerius. Yeah.
Your villainy ends here. A fine bout. The time is at hand. The path is 'tis ours now. The time is at hand.
This is more than I deserve. I'm up then. It'll be done. They won't get away.
It cost me nothing. So I'm just gonna go.
Face the fury of an angel.
It's 3 level ups.
They won't get away. I blossom ever bright. Let's see. Nobody.
All to heal impressed.
I'm ready. Understood.
Other side, clear? Clear. We're just going for it then. What's all this in the middle? Okay, it's just barricades, who cares?
To me.
This should be it.
Oh boy!
We march.
It's
Onward.
not safe here.
Come then. I'll not let this.
I've not reached my ceiling yet.
I'm up then. Of course.
To me.
Kill them all.
You face me. Well fought. Come then. Victory grows ever closer. We march. Onward. Your villainy ends here. I've need of a rest. The time is at hand.
Tell me what to do. It'll be done.
Order must be preserved. I rise to any challenge. Very well.
I'm in position. I hope Scar Scarlet sees this.
I offer a most little bit of
Tis the fruit of, as expected, of Cornian royalty. I'm up then.
to me.
Get wrecked.
You face me. A fine bout. Your villainy ends here. Well fought. The time is at hand.
Come then!
In His Highness...
Ice.
Chaos!
All but through undying effort comes true refinement.
Alright, so we
Allow
get
me.
your ass kicked.
A brisk flight.
Tell me what to do.
Oh, that was a
Come
waste.
then. Victory grows ever closer. The path is set.
If you want me, then have me!
Higher still.
Face your demise! My wyvern.
May this holy strength serve you well.
Your orders? Allow me. Very well.
How
If
do you react
want
to yourself?
Me, then have me.
Yeah! You'll be okay. Fly.
Careful now.
What the fuck? You just died?
The win is ours! I'm here! Huh? I'll heal you. I can help. This should help.
Get that. Really? Christ. You're very evasive. There you go, that's you sorted out.
You were little match.
In His Highness's honor.
Your villainy ends here. My legs grow heavy. We march.
I rise to any. It shall be done.
The time is at hand.
Come then!
Haha, cute. No.
Blessed winds.
Miss the heavens. My strength wanes.
I'll heal you. This should help.
Defeat is not an option.
I saw.
Chaos.
All but through undying effort comes
It's a good map to go farm XP, I tell you what.
The time is at hand. Onward
Garrison yourself there.
Your orders?
You need to rest.
for the liberation.
Bruh.
We march. To me.
Allow me. Your orders? A brisk flight.
Oh boy.
Allow me. Very well.
I'm ready.
You face me. On my honor.
It appears I've still room to grow.
Come then. A fine bout. The time is at hand. Onward.
Give me a second.
I've arrived. We march.
I wanted to change units. Oh well.
Time is at hand.
Put you here. Where is it? Here.
The path is set.
I'm up then.
Get some knights going.
My atonement backed by a knight's honor. Begin the march.
I blossom ever brighter. Let's see, nobody.
All to be. You impressed?
Tell me what to do.
Your orders?
Deal with them.
It shall be done.
Just
Quickly
distract
now.
him.
I'm up then. Tell me what to do. Understood.
Just a moment.
What is our strategy? We mobilize at once.
If you want me, then have me. Come then.
Just keep bullying him.
If you want me, then have me.
Higher still.
My wyvern.
I think I've gotten a little better at this.
I rise to any challenge.
Yeah,
A
garrison
first
yourself there.
Whatever you need.
Put Lex there. I think Renault still hasn't been done yet. There's Holdrick as well. I do have some fairly neglected units. I shouldn't really need to do this though. What's Renault? Can't find him. There he is. There's a little bugger. Honestly, this is his blade. But we'll go with Bloody Spear for now. Go with the Crimson Sorry Sight. It's like it doesn't really matter. Get Renault and Monica's done. No. Hodrick. Where's Hodrick? Way up there, I think. Alban. Yeah, I haven't had Alban in a while. Never mind. Put Hodrick in there.
The day will be ours. We march.
Let's go.
To me.
Goodbye then.
For Drakenhold.
I'll not let Prot
In his
I shall
Impressive, aren't I?
Bruh.
What is our strategy? I'm off. I shall never yield.
I've yet a long way.
I mustn't.
That's so good.
Crown grows
It's
lighter
such a
with each
satisfying
passing
feeling.
day.
By a knight's honor. We
I
mobilize
believe
at
I've
once.
arrived.
For Drakenhold. Such pressure. I'm off.
You face me. Your villainy ends here.
I've much room to empty my undone.
Just leave it to Lex.
Whoa. Hey? Okay.
Victory grows ever closer.
Okay, Gaston.
Time is at hand.
Jesus.
The path, 'tis ours now.
Your orders, then. I'll see it done.
Onward.
As you requested. What is our strategy? Begin
Kill
the
that.
march. A worthless opponent.
You face me. The time is at hand.
Right, here we go.
March. To me.
What is it?
Uh-oh.
Come then.
Can you survive, my lance? I barely had to try.
Can I... Okay, I can't summon anything from that.
Death summons.
I'll not let pride.
In his royal name.
I'm even I shall surprise.
It shouldn't come as a surprise.
By a knight's honor. We mobilize at once.
You face me.
Tempered in the cruel for everything.
See, Chloe? I can do stuff.
Oh, yeah. Alcina.
A fine bout.
A
Onward.
key position.
A reckless scheme. I'm not running away. For the liberation.
Whatever you need.
Come then.
Who's that then? Oh, Conrad. Hello, Conrad.
I've much room to tis my undone.
Just leave it to Lex. The time
Well,
is
I'm
at
not
hand.
recovering anything, so I might as well just keep going. Get that.
We march. The path is set.
What is our strategy? Begin the march.
Well, ideally not that way, thank you. Jesus
you need.
Christ, game. Through this forest, into here.
We mobilize at once.
We're under attack.
It's not gonna hurt me. Oh, that's gonna be annoying.
You face me.
Tempered in the everything.
See, Chloe? Need of a rest. I can do stuff. The time is at hand.
Alright, time to get some grilled steaks going.
We march. To me.
As you requested. What is our strategy?
Grab that.
I'm off.
Your villainy ends here.
I've much room to improve.
You face me.
For Drakenhold.
Impressive, aren't I?
Pretty good. Requires a charge. Okay.
By a knight's honor. We mobilize at once.
Come then.
Tempered in the tis my undying spirit which drives me forth.
Rat boy, Elgor, hell yeah.
Fought. The path is set.
Death summons you.
Your villainy ends here.
I've much room.
Just leave it to Lex.
Beaumont join.
A fine bout. We march. To me.
For Drakenhold.
I've yet a long way.
I mustn't.
The crown.
It shouldn't come as a surprise.
You face me. Your villainy ends here.
Everything in service
My
of
legs
my
grow
people.
heavy.
Rest for a bit.
I can still ride on. What is our strategy? I'm off. Death summons you. I shall never yield.
I'll not let pride.
In his royal name.
I'm even better than I shall surpass.
Impressive.
Might I take a
aren't
short rest? Perhaps we should rest.
Scout out the area. Nearly there though.
But of course.
Time is with us, should we only keep our focus. The time is at hand.
Such pressure. We mobilize at once. I'm in your command.
I've seen enough.
Thank you.
Shall we?
Keep forcing your way through.
Terribly sorry, but you'll go no. I always knew I would win. Shall we?
Hope you're paying. Don't mind if have. Hope you're paying me more for this.
Everyone good?
For a
Okay.
knight's honor.
Nigel, what the fuck? How are you so fucking okay?
We march. The path is set.
Whatever you need. Begin the march.
I do despise losing.
Here we go.
I've seen enough. I'll just rest here. Shall we? Afraid I'm
Can't
out
believe
of
I won that.
energy.
You face me.
'Tis my undying.
See, Chloe? I can
Damn,
do
Renault.
stuff. For Drakenhold.
The crown grows lighter with each passing day.
I shall never yield.
I've yet a long.
I mustn't
My land.
It shouldn't come as a surprise.
What is our strategy? I'm off. 'Twas never in doubt. By a knight's honor. We mobilize at once.
Your villainy ends here.
God, you're tanky.
Death summons you.
Perfect. Everyone's
I'll not
level
let
50.
pride.
In his royal name.
I'm even better. I shall surpass Ludwig yet.
Good choice.
Oh no. Oh. The original 5.
Come then.
Would be appropriate to have all the original 5 like that, but
I
it's not
fear
very
for our
good
safety.
formation. Are you for real?
I've need of a rest. We march.
Yeah, fine.
What is our strategy? I'm off. For Drakenhold.
Let's see what this is like.
I can help. Sharpen your weapons.
We've won. I can ride no further.
Well. Got it.
For the story, courage and strength will see us. Of course.
Whatever you need.
They're tough.
This won't be easy.
Big things coming.
Eat some nuts.
things at hand. To me.
No choice but to fight.
Defeat lies ahead.
There has to.
I doubt I'll escape unscathed.
You won't make this mistake twice.
You face me.
Oh, what's this about then?
Will not fail. With me.
Why would he be in the back? It makes no sense.
We shall see our duty
Let me.
Keep your focus.
Light.
Oh, get fucked.
Easy now. Like new.
No. Perfectly done.
I'll never yield.
And that will get you done.
Better?
We march on. Just leave it to Lex. My legs grow heavy.
Done. So much honor. So bloody honorable, guys. Oh god. So much honor. Zenoira. I can have now I can deploy Zenoiran troops. Ilenia joined the battle. Belay joined the battle. Beaumont joined the battle. Oh, Gaily. Alicina. I can actually... Elgor. All backgrounds are available in the crash list. Anything unlock here? Doesn't look like it. It's a massive liberation battle, but I'm not seeing anything new appearing. Well, let's look at all these new characters then. Dark Marquess. These are basically an evade tank. Nightwalk. Yeah, okay. And I have Nigel. And Herman. It doesn't look like they have any rapport. Let's have a look into it. Okay, we'll look a little more directly. Yeah, there is no rapport about them. Alright. Damn, Monica, if you're recluse. Nope, nothing. So they're just neat ass units, but nothing of real note. Main thing is this quest. Where's the last one of this? Claim victory at every magical sigil throughout Fevris. Where's the last one? Because here you go. Expert 1. Expert 2. Advance 1. Moderate, what? Yeah, beginner 1, 2. Moderate 3, 2, 3. Moderate 1. Advance 1, 2, 3. Advance, yeah, there you go, advance 1, 2, 3. And that's it. So, moderate 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Beginner 1 and 2. So that's everything. So what am I missing? Maybe I need to talk to nothing of note. Okay, so that's what that's about. Fighter Vanguard. Hey, why not? That's oh god, that's probably because of the it's indoors, so you can't have it. That's weird. Weirdly obtuse. Overlord, which makes sense because he's the unicorn Overlord. Okay. Well, I think this game's basically done. Let's just do some rapports, and then we'll move on. Let's have a look then, eh? You seem to be entirely unaware of Zenora's dominion when you first arrived here, Amelia. I take it that means the flames of this brutal war had never reached your home. It's fine, yeah, just a lonely little village out in the middle of the mountains. The kind of place you could spend years looking for and never come close to finding. Why would you live in such a remote region? Shouldn't come as a surprise knowing what the old man was trying to do. And if anyone caught on, an heir would be the last of his worries. Bastard. But that only raises another question. Why did you leave? Because possessed or not, I wasn't gonna let him rule my life or my body. So I started training, learned all the techniques my proud ancestor was so damn eager to pass down. You mean to say your skill is entirely self-taught? Sure is, but you heard the old man. It's nothing close to the real thing. Anyway, eventually I figured out he only took control of me when there was someone strong he wanted to fight. That's why I stayed put all those years. Didn't want to risk setting him loose on the world. But now I never have to worry about that again. I suppose not, no. Still, all that time and I had no idea there was a war going on outside of my doorstep. Of course the Colosseum's the only thing I was after when I left. Yet whether you entered it or not, you were forced to help us defend its walls. I imagine you rather enjoyed that part though, given the powerful opponent you were able to face. Hey, you get me better than most do, Elaine. As long as there's people to fight, I'm there. Even without the old man pushing me to do it. And I'm glad you decided to join us, rather than our enemy. Thank you again, Amelia. Oh, Amelia, I didn't realize you were out here. Huh? Oh, You, Gilbert. My name is Leia. Right, sure. You need something? Forgive me the sudden request, but I was wondering if you might honor me with a sparring session. A revenge match, is it? Fine by me. I hoped you would say that. Now let us commence. Yeah. You held your own pretty well there, but it's like I win again. Thank you for agreeing to this, Amalia. You've shown me just how far I've yet to climb. Hey, I'm always happy to lock swords for a bit. It makes you feel no better. That was like night and day compared to our fight at the Colosseum. You gotten good at keeping up the pressure and didn't even waste the slightest moment. There was a real flow to it too, almost like a strong, steady river. Not to mention your aim, every strike was heading straight for the gaps in my armor. The perfect strategy for someone your size to topple a brute like me. Do you truly mean that? To be honest, hearing such words fills me with confidence. Especially after how easily you swatted me away when we first met. In that moment I swore to rededicate myself to my training. So I'd like to spar with you again, sometime if you wouldn't mind. Just say the word, I'm there. You have my thanks, Amalia. And with that, I take my leave. Farewell for now. Damn. Better train harder if I don't want to end up in the end of her sword. Easy does it. Molly, where'd you get all that food? I didn't steal it from our stores if that's what you're worried about. Went and hunted it myself, actually. This should be enough to get me through the day. The day? But it must be half my body weight. Already told you, didn't I? A woman my size eats as much as 5 men. It's only natural when you got a body this big. Anyway, you mind cooking that up for me? Just go ahead and toss it all in one pot. Don't worry about your fancy knife work or elaborate seasoning. Can't be taking all night with this, you know. I'll just toss some salt on top once it's finished. As long as you're sure. Though it would be tough eating all this in one sitting. You got that right. I'd rather spend my time swinging my sword than shoving food down my throat. Yeah, you really love fighting, huh? Yep. Oh, and I hope you don't think I'm just some ravenous glutton. I can be dignified too when the moment calls for it. And once I'm through getting this down, I'm glad to eat the dinner you made for me, others too. With a fork and proper manners at that. I heard tell of your deeds, Father Sonario, and while I'm never able to condone such actions, I can at least understand why you chose to take them. But now that you've joined our ranks, you have a fine opportunity to distance yourself from the work with the Orthodoxy, and simply rest a moment rather than prattle on about duty and sacrifice. I do no such thing, Oclis. I only walk amongst you to aid Lady Scarlet fulfilling her sacred charge. Though I'm aware you have been all too keen to abandon your obligation to the Church. How dare you imply such treachery? I would never. Oh, then allow me to share with you a few missives penned by my own hand. I hereby decline my transport to Esport Church, that I might remain here at Rotmund. After the ceremony at Isle Church, I plan to forego the banquet and return to Rotmund straight away. I have plenty more if you wish to hear them. My one attempt at offering sympathy, and this is what I get. As you know, your task lay not merely in gathering divine shards. Nay, you were meant to be deepening the bond between the Church and its adherents through every land of Febris. Yet you ignore your directives in favor of a single humble priestess. Would you perhaps like to make a confession, please? Watch your tongue, Father. Sharon has nothing to do with this. And on the matter of duty, I believe I am owed an explanation. Why was it you wanted us to gather divine shards in the first place? Still yet to hear one good reason we were sent out scouring Febris for them. Well, there was one, I assure you. There still is, for that matter, to ensure they never fall into Zenoia's evil hands again. Oh, where did your air superiority go, Father? Have I touched a nerve? Let's find out, shall we? Tell me more about the divine shards. Stop this at once, please. Furthermore, you've no right to berate me in such a manner. Not until you repent for your abhorrent behavior at Rodford. Grr. Asked you first, divine blasphemer. Ugh. You take that back this instant. I know you're watching me, Sonatio. As you have been for at least the past few days now. I'd expected you would notice. It was difficult not to, considering you've even observing me partaking in the occasional hot springs. Is there something you need from me? Not as such, no, yet our very fragile future shall be cast to the wind should anything happen to the savior of this world. Hence it's necessary that I keep a careful eye on you when Lady Scarlet is unable to do so herself. I'll not be negligent in this duty, for if I were, I would betray the faith Nigel placed in me when he elected to remain here in Albion. Ah, you mean to say you lament failing to tell him the truth about the Pontifex? Under different circumstances, it would seem likely the two of you could have been fine friends indeed. Such a future may have been possible had I not erred in my ways. But I'll not stray from the Father's path again, both for my sake and for Nigel's. 'Tis the least I could do in return for the boundless compassion which Lady Scarlet has graced me with. A fair assessment, I suppose. My assurance of your safety is but one further step on the path to atonement. All the same, it's somewhat unsettling to know that assurance extends into the serenity of the hot springs as well, but perhaps you'd be willing to join me instead. A sinner such as I, sharing a moment of leisure with the savior of our lands, I should hardly think it appropriate. I don't mind myself. We could even invite Lex if you wish for further company. This is divine duty, my savior. Not some jaunt undertaken for my own amusement. And I'm certain you can still fulfill that duty, even if you have a bit of fun in the meantime. Very well. I'll not dispute your appeals any longer. Excuse the question, Bertrand, but I've noticed you gazing at the sky quite often of late. What is it you're hoping to catch a glimpse of? In this holy nation, the great expanse is rife with angels such as yourself, flying one way or the other. I can't help but wonder if one of them may deliver my son from the heavens he now calls home. Ah, while it's true that we angels can convey the unwinged in flight, I fear that only applies to those still among the living. I'm well aware, yes, in battle Junior can shepherd us along paths we would otherwise never hope to tread. It's a boon I'm truly grateful for. Whatever must be done for the sake of our victory. Though, even we have suffered loss. Our holy Pontifex Alaric slain at the hand of those accursed Zenoirans. Forgive me the outburst. If only I had realized sooner what fate would befall him. Perhaps I could have taken to the sky myself, swept into safety before it was too late, but I suppose such fancies don't exist in the pages of fairy tales. I see even divine messengers are powerless before such wistful thoughts. Yet that fancy is simply grief given material form. My shield is steadfast both to ensure none will suffer agony again. Mine as well. Oh, that hot spring state. I didn't even peg that as a hot spring. Aha, I've never seen someone slip and fall all the way in before. Enough of these antics, Lex, I beg you. Sorry, no can do. Now, just wait till Lex hears about this. I fear I'll never hear the end of this for as long as I live. Are you alright, Sonata? You took quite a fall there. I'm glad you appear to be mostly unharmed, though. Only thanks to my wings cushioning the landing. I hadn't realized how terribly slick the floor would be when wet, yet I promise you, it shall never happen again. In fact, I shall abstain from joining you from this moment forth. Such is the appropriate punishment for failing to keep proper watch over you. Ah yes, that's how this all began in the first place. Had you forgotten my savior? I suppose I had that. The only matter I could focus on was how much you were enjoying yourself. You seemed to have a great time today, despite the abject chaos in which it ended. I would be lying if I said I hadn't. While much unlike that of prayer, the purifying aura of these springs is a comfort in itself. Comfort. Yet again, comfort is not the reason I'm here. If you speak of your duty, worry not. All that matters is that you took pleasure in the pursuit. All for my part, I wish to return with you again soon. You flatter me, Prince. But should that be your wish, I'll not refuse. On our next visit, I promise I shall see to your safety and endeavor to ease my mind all the while. All the while. You're certain you're well enough to fight for the queer? For the queer? Indeed I am, owing wholly to yourself and Lady Scarlet. At first I failed to understand why you chose to let me live. Yet I realize now you wish to grant me an opportunity to seize revenge against Zenoira. That isn't why. In truth, it seems almost cruel at times to have kept you alive whilst you suffer such immense pain. But I believe that pain to be a gift in a way. The ability to redeem others who have known a similar grief under Zenoiran rule. I pray that with your aid we can ensure none will ever again have to experience what you did. 'Tis a merciless way to think of the world. Forgive me. Please, lift your gaze. After the torment I inflicted upon your citizens out of pure spite, I cannot claim to be any better. Yet together we shall purge the dark stain of Zenoira from these shores, and in doing so see that no further innocents are met with an early demise. Then let us take arms once more for Doquia, not as enemies as we were before, but as allies. How are you feeling, Jerome? Better now, thank you. The wound has healed, and I shall surely stand ready to partake in our next battle. 'Tis a relief to hear. And if you'll forgive the question, but what are those letters you're carrying? Correspondence from my citizens back in Lagian. They arrived only this morning. As you might imagine, I've grown rather worried for their well-being since departing the city. Yet before I found opportunity to ask of their fortune, they began to send missives such as these of their own accord. It is clear they bear a great deal of trust in you, more than almost any other lord I've encountered in my travels. I was always so frantic when I lived amongst them, but the more you hasten, the less you truly see of your surroundings. Who was my effort truly for? To where was I racing all that time? Such anxieties often plague my mind. But now to know they think of me frequently enough to send me letters, I must admit I feel at great peace. I'm pleased to know that, no matter what may come in the days ahead, we shall rid our land of Zenoira, my prince, and restore Fevris to its natural order, natural harmony. But for my people, for all who reside, both for my people and for all who reside on this beloved continent of ours, indeed we shall. One day you'll return to them, Jerome, and just imagine the joy on their faces when you do. Such thoughts are a small comfort for now. Thank you, my prince. You really do worry too much, Lord Jerome. Perhaps so, but I simply had to return after receiving those letters from our people, if even for a moment. That's why you came back? Maybe my fears are all for nothing. Oh. How fares the city, Jerome? Quite well. In large part thanks to you and the Knights of the Sacred Heart, of course. They managed to restore a semblance of normalcy to the land rather quickly, I'm thankful to say. It is a fine thing to hear. Know how deeply you care for your citizens. Once Cornea is at last restored, I hope to rule my kingdom in much the same way. Speaking of which, my prince, should you be off saving the world rather than wasting precious days here in our modest province? It's alright, we've more than enough time to spare. In fact, Elaine was considerate enough to arrange a brief visit after hearing of the missives I received. But that really is why you're here. I didn't want to bring this up and risk wounding your pride, Lord Jerome. But all the same, I had thought you'd been relieved of your duties with the liberation. You what? Haha. I assure you, Jerome here is one of the most tireless hands we could ever ask for. At times he's even been known to present us with a pie or two as a way of growing closer to his fellow soldiers. Must you mention that, my prince? That sounds just like him, yes. I couldn't tell you how many of his incredible baked goods I've enjoyed myself, or how many he provided for the city. I even saw him giving some souvenirs from your travels to a couple of local kids just now. That's quite enough, thank you. It's a pleasure we have someone like you amidst our ranks, Jerome. And together we shall defeat Zenoira and safeguard the home you hold so dear. As my intention when I agreed to join you. Let us see it through to the very end, my prince. Well then, it appears we should be going now. I would much prefer not to halt our army's advance any further than I already have. A moment, Lord Jerome. I just wanted to say I'm glad you decided to come back to us. And so is everyone else too, but even in your absence we've been getting word of all the great deeds and deliberations have accomplished, so keep that fire burning strong, and win the peace this world deserves. I shall strive to do just that. I only pray my presence doesn't hinder their progress. Oh, and one more thing. Try not to bother the prince too much, will you? After all, who knows when he might decide to oust you for real. Oh, yes. I suppose you're right. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. I'm sure you'll be just fine. Be well, my lord. Thank you, Lottie. Now, I believe it's time I take my leave. He's checking something. Okay. I don't get any more. I don't get increased size. Ah, Sag. Oh! Yeah, right.
It seems my training has paid dividends.
That's neat. Jerome and Adele. I do hope they turned out alright. I thought I smelled something good. Did you make those pies yourself, Sir Jerome? I did. I planned to bring them over to the camp with the others. Yet now I find myself racked with doubt at the pivotal moment. What use does an army have for mere confections? Plenty, I'd say. You wouldn't know it, but a lot of our friends have quite the sweet tooth. Good news, everyone. Sir Jerome has... Silence, I beg of you. In truth, I have more than one matter which concerns me. Oh? In order to safeguard my people, I pledged my lance and my life to Zenoira's claws. If the rest of our army has no qualms in eating food made by one such as I... Go on. Well, it would display an utter lack of foresight on their part. Who knows what vile trick I could be plotting. It sounds like you're overthinking this. Am I now? If you're really that worried about it, you could always just eat one in front of them. That way they'll see you're not up to anything nefarious. Yes, but how shall I go about it? Imagine your stoked new recruit amples in, offering handmade pies, then continues to devour one himself without another word. And swearing they're not poisoned will only make matters worse. You have a point there. Really, I think it all comes down to finding the right moment. An afternoon break would be our safest bet, of course. Everyone's always clamoring for a good dessert, and then their nose would lead them straight to you. And I shall do just that. In truth, I've been quite a while since I've spoken through my concerns like this. Usually I let them consume me whole. Yet I was fortunate indeed to have encountered you when I did. Thank you, Adlo. Glad to help. In fact, I'll go let everyone know about those pies right now. They'll be happy to hear you pour your heart into a little gesture for them. I would rather you didn't, actually. I think the embarrassing would kill me where I stand. Oh, it's humorous. Perhaps I should... Or perhaps not. Hello, my prince. Forgive me for asking this, but why have you been avoiding me? I'm not sure what you mean. These past few days you seem to flee at the mere sight of me. What if I had hoped to speak with you? And did you? It must have been rather an important message if you wanted to deliver it yourself. Something like my expulsion from the Liberation. I could even think of such a thing. Skies and I chose to accept you into this army of our own volition. We know why you felt your actions necessary, and I would likely have done the same, and I had been in your position. That and Scarlet has missed you greatly in the years since she left Albion. She has. Nothing I can do can make the wrongs of my past. I'm well aware of the fact. But I also don't want to cause any more trouble for you or Scarlet than I already have. I'm sorry, Elaine. I'll try to be a little less distant from now on. Please. It is not a matter worth worrying about. Maybe not, but I will atone for my lapse in judgment, even if laying down my life is the only way to do so. Do remember to be kind to yourself as well, Emerus. I'll try. Really don't need to be working this hard, Sonatio. It seems like every spare moment you're either standing watch or making preparation for our next battle. You better even find the time to sleep. I guess I'm just worried you're not taking care of yourself. I thank you for the concern, Lady Scarlet, but I assure you it is entirely unnecessary. A sinner such as I must strive to atone in every waking moment, and should I fail to do so, I would be renouncing my very right to live. You say that, but the only thing that's going to kill you is the strain you keep putting on yourself. Don't forget that rest is a natural part of your life too. Why do you treat me with such kindness? After the horrors I inflicted upon your lands, I deserve nothing but scorn and contempt. Yes, actually. That's quite enough of your self-loathing, Sonatio. Do you remember playing here together when we were young? We decided to race from one end of the bridge to the other to see which of us was faster. That was before neither of us knew about our sacred duty, of course. At first I had found myself in an early lead, though you soon grew tired and started flying instead. It was a blatant violation of the rules, mind you, but you thankfully agreed to come back to the ground. Before long you were trailing behind me again, gasping for air. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight, which in turn made you start laughing too. In the end, we forgot the race entirely and walked together the rest of the way. I miss him, you know. The innocent boy who always wore a smile no matter what. But things are different now. Day and night, you torment yourself with the talk of atonement and little else. I hadn't realized you still remembered that. A time when we were merely friends rather than servants of the orthodoxy, bound by obligation. I could never forget it. That's what you've always been to me, not a priest or a sinner, but a friend. My lady, I. Very well, I shall take better care of myself from here forth. And by the Father's grace, I will not cause you any grief than I already have. Thank you, Sonatio. Oh, there's one across the bridge. 'Tis here I shall take my leave, O Saviour. But of course, you have my thanks, Donatio. Grr. I can't bear to watch another second of this. Oh, might I help you with something, Lady Melisandre? You can, actually. I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with Elaine lately. But if you're going to follow him around, at least have the decency to not look so miserable while you do it. You think my countenance is miserable, my lady? It's not your face that's the problem, it's your attitude. Ah. People can only handle this talk of absolution duty for so long. Keep it up and you'll soon find yourself all alone without a single friend in the world. If such is my fate, then so be it. None shall ever sway me from my sacred path again, even if I have to walk the path alone. Ah, you're just so unsociable as I thought. Oh, maybe that would change if you fell in love. Pardon? Fine then, I'll instruct you into time-tested courtship rituals of House Millet if I must. I never asked for your tutelage, nor is a sinner such as is deserving of the charity. It's not about deserving it, the heart wants what the heart wants. I'm sure no one would fault you for finding a soulmate to share your burdens with. Tell me, what is the reason for this sudden concern? Isn't it obvious? If you turned your gaze to someone else, I'd have all Elaine to hold myself again. I suspected as much. You are nothing if not stubborn, my lady. Say what you will. Now, as for the courtship ritual. Yes, about that, I fear I will have to decline the offer. Hey, get back here. I'll do no such thing. But before I go, I have to wonder, have any of these techniques proven effective with our saviour? Well, Elaine is rather impervious to my advances, but at least let me finish my sentence before you go running off. Hello there, Miss. My prince. Be calm, I beg you. I've only come to give you this. It's a rare cornian flower as far as I can tell. I thought perhaps it might be a variety you've never encountered before. This is a Corvania. It only grows in the deepest forests and wilts just 7 days after it first blooms. As beautiful as life as it is fleeting. You know it then? I do, but I've never actually seen one in person before. These delicate white petals are simply breathtaking. Why have you given this to me? Because you like flowers, of course. That's not what I mean. Ah, you speak of my intention. I suppose I thought it might convince you to drop your guard around me, even if only slightly. Does looking at it not make you feel more at ease? The more we speak, the more I realize how ungrateful I've been towards you. You and Scarlet have shown me nothing but compassion while I've continued to let myself be tormented by my past. I even fled at the very sight of you. That wasn't very nice, no. I just hope you can forgive me for what I've done. There's no need for that, Umris. At least as long as you don't start avoiding me again. I wouldn't even consider it. Oh, and thank you for the flower, Elaine. I love it. Are you hurt, Rhaenys? I came right away when I heard what happened. I'm okay, thank you, and more importantly, so is Lady Scarlet. Speaking of whom, we're due to deploy again any minute now, yes? I must return to her at once. Hold a moment. I'll not let you march into battle injured as you are, nor would Scarlet want you to do so. You attempted much the same thing when we first met, as I'm certain you remember. Yet if something were to happen to her in my absence, no harm shall come to her, I promise, on my very life. As for you, every moment of every day is spent thinking of someone other than yourself. You mustn't forget to turn that kindness inwards at times, else you lose sight of what matters most. Now stay and see to your recovery, however necessary. I shall stand guard over Scarlet for you. You would truly do such a thing? I would, and I must ask as well, have you hidden any other injuries from me? Tell me the truth, Rhaenys. Indeed I have. I thought as much. Tell me, how do you become as kind-hearted as you, my prince? I'm sorry. Whenever I speak with you or with Lady Scarlet, I sense an inexpressible warmth lurking somewhere beneath the surface. Yet every time I attempt to demonstrate the same warmth myself to help you both as you help me, it seems all I do is cause you pain and distress. I've never once thought that about you, though it is difficult for us when you fail to look after your own well-being. So in my opinion, if you truly wish to show us kindness, you must first learn how to do the same for yourself. But how? Consider what you would say if Scarlet were hurt. You would ask her to rest, yes? All you need to do is treat your own health and your own happiness just as you would hers. I understand. Forgive me for making you explain in such detail. If I might add one last thing, Rhaenys. To push beyond your limit for the sake of those you love is another form of kindness as well. One in which you far exceed anyone else I've ever met. I'm glad you believe so, my prince. Of course it'd be in the town. Ah, Father Almighty. Right, is there something the matter? Well, speak of the devil, I've got a question I want to ask you. Feels like it's barely been days since I joined the Liberation, but the second people find out I'm keeping an eye on you, they come running over to me. For what purpose exactly? To tell me how good a leader you are, or how thoughtful you are, or a million different things, all good of course. The whole damn army won't shut up about it. They trust you, kid, more than most people trust their own reflections. It is a nice thing to hear, despite the inconvenience it seems to be causing you. The way they talk, I figured it was just a matter of time till you got all smug over it. But you never let it go to your head, and I guess what I'm wondering is, how? How do you stay so damn grounded when everyone else keeps trying to lift you up? Because there's only one reason I'm even here, to restore my home to its rightful rulers. As much as I might want it, no amount of praise will ever bring my mother back. Yet I can reclaim her nation, our nation. And I seek to do the same, not only for Cornia, but for all of Febris' people. Any trust I've gained any soldier I recruit is ultimately for that purpose and that alone. In all these years I've been looking for a place me and my men can call home, and here you are winning that home for the whole damn continent. It's funny. I came into this trying to see if you even deserve to be the king. But now I'm actually looking forward to the day you finally are, and perhaps you'd consider simply trusting me, rather than always holding the spear at my back. I think I'll do a bit of both if you don't mind, and keep it up, Commander. I see your tail is wagging over. Is there something you're feeling especially pleased with? Not really, no. It's just kinda does that sometimes, like when I see a friend come home safe. Even to say my presence is the cause of such a phenomenon. Now that I think about it, this very thing used to happen to a dog on Bolivia whenever she saw me. I'm not a pet, you know. And how would you feel if I said you reminded me of a damn monkey? Not especially thrilled, I suppose. Forgive my lack of manners, Corville. Besides, you're far more majestic than those adorable little dogs could ever hope to be. Oh yeah? Yeah. Think I could get used to majestic. Not that I blame you for thinking a puppy's cute. Same thought crosses my mind when I see a little human running around town. Just can't help going over to ruffle their hair, you know? Somehow I struggle to imagine that. Wouldn't dream of treating an adult like that, though, and I suggest you start thinking the same. You tell any bestial that remind you of a pet and they might just try and rip your throat out. The wag of his tail appears to say otherwise. What frigid wastes these are. In the desert my shield grew hot enough to roast a steak, yet here I fear it's better suited as a children's sled. Hold on, you saying you cooked food on that thing? Anyway, you better off throwing on some more layers if you're cold. They've got plenty of nice warm clothes over in town. I welcome the advice, but I often struggle to contend with the crudity of winter attire. Oh yeah? You got opinions on how crude my fur is too? Apologies, that's not how I meant it. It's merely the sensation on my skin which I find disagreeable. In my homeland, it's tradition to dress in highly intricate fabrics for banquets and other noteworthy occasions. One such textile is a thick ring of fur, which draped around the wearer's neck. Though having worn it once myself, it felt more akin to a wool-bound snake than proper clothing. Indeed, the garment wriggled around my neck with such bristly ferocity I could hardly sit still all evening. Sounds pretty funny when you put it like that. Does it bring back any memories? So go for, please. Keep your fur at arm's length, I beg you. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Though, I suppose I have forgotten the call for a moment. You have my thanks, brave wolf. Sure, don't mention it. Roar! Fear not, the King of Beasts is here to, Mar, what are you doing out here? Well, it's not what it looks like, I promise you. The best often act out a plot of a well-known storybook for the children back in Bastoritza. But it's been a while since I've done so, given everything that's happened with the war. You thought to practice, I suppose that makes sense? For a moment there, I truly believed you were leaping out to protect someone. I even found myself readying my blade to fend off enemies before they could make their approach. I suppose what I'm saying is it was a remarkably realistic performance. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Elaine. I have to wonder, though. Is it not difficult acting all the parts yourself? Perhaps I might help you, assuming you wouldn't mind my company. I couldn't ask you to do that, Prince. Please, I insist. I've always held a marked interest in the theatre myself. And while I often observed such productions from the audience, it was all too rare that I could actually partake. Well then, now's your chance. Here's the script I've been working off. Thank you, Murad. Let us begin. Evildoer, beware. Surrender now, or be put to the sword. That's a good start, Elaine. I'll try to do that again with a little more energy. What are you doing over there, Unifi? Oh, you know, I was getting kinda hungry, so I'm having a quick snack before we head out. Bastorius delicacy, I see. Well, it's not really from Bastorius, actually, and I don't think I'd call it a delicacy either. Just a little something Ramona taught me how to make. Wanna try? I'd love a bite as long as it's your offering. It's quite your aroma, and the flavor's not bad either, though I can't say I love the way it scratches my throat as it goes down. What'd you say it was made from exactly? Nothing too fancy, just some bugs I pulled out of the snow. They last for months if you boil them and dry them out, so they're the perfect snack for when you're on the move. Did you say bugs? Yep, and there's plenty of them if you want another bite and a handful. Uh-oh. Someone come quick. I think Virginia's in shock. Just then a horrible monster emerged from the blizzard, covered in thick fur from head to toe. The entire town trembled, ready to meet their fate until they realized it was just a traveler wearing one too many coats. And that's the legend they tell every kid in best stories, to teach them to welcome strangers instead of fear them. That was wonderful, Unity. Far more comforting than the horror story I was expecting. Speaking of which, I love horror stories. Do you know any? Yes, I think I do. There once was a human maid about your age, I'd say, who worked for an angel over in Albion. One day while cleaning the manor, she opened the door only to find nothing but his wings lying on the ground. I mean, without the man attached to them? Yes, naturally, she started to wonder if all angels could remove their wings like her master had. And can they? Of course not. And what she saw on the floor was actually just a wrinkled old blanket. Ah, that's like my story with the monster. Makes you think, doesn't it? Maybe all of our fears boil down to little more than simple misunderstandings. Perhaps we can hear a tale of Drakenhold next, Well, that would be lovely, but, Scarlet? Who are you talking to? Whew, this doesn't end. Bloody relentless. I'd like to give you these, Elaine. The Stories is a cold place indeed, but perhaps a pair of mittens can make it warmer for you. I appreciate the thought, brethren, thank you. And this is some armor commonly used by the bear bloodline, though even a human should have no trouble wearing it. It is a kind gesture, yet I'm not certain I'll be able to move under the weight of such heavy equipment. Fair point, yes, forgive me the imposition. I merely wish to prepare for any possibility, so I never again come to regret not doing so. And I value that input, but I promise you all of us are doing everything we can to ensure we live to see another day. My son gave the same assurance, moments before he marched to his death. Are you trauma dumping? I'm sorry for making you relive such a painful memory. Don't apologize. You bonus, the reason I've been so insistent on helping you is because of how deeply you remind me of him. It is clear now that my concern is unneeded. That's not true at all. If it brings you peace of mind, I would gladly accept any kindness you're willing to give. Thank you, Prince Elaine. It is a true honor to fight beside one as open-hearted as you. Got a favor I need to ask you, Elaine. What is it? I want you to promise me you'll protect Unity no matter what happens. And I would be glad to do so, Dinah, but where exactly is this coming from? She's one of the nicest people I've ever met, always has been. Any fight she sees, she'll go jumping in to break it up. When a friend gets hurt, she's always the first one rushing to help. And when you've got something to celebrate, she'll be right there celebrating with you till the sun goes down. If anyone deserves the best that's life's got to offer, it's her. And exactly how you feel, then that's your answer. And one more thing. If you ever have to pick between saving my life and saving hers, well, you know what to do. But don't make me ask you again. I won't. Just know that if such a situation arose, I would do what it took to protect you both. I appreciate you saying that. This promise of ours only involves her. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. Oh, God. I didn't think it'd be this cold tonight. Thank you both for keeping patrol this evening. I'm certain it was. Watch out. Unity. Bastard. You bastard. I couldn't pick up his scent in all this snow. Two of you alright? I think so. Looks like Unity just fainted for a sec. You're bleeding pretty badly there. Don't worry about me. We need to get Unify back to camp and have a healer look at you as well. Everything okay? So it would seem. She'll be awake again any moment now. And I'm relieved that you weren't hurt either, Dinah. I've also spoken to Joseph about the fortifying our perimeter, at least for the time being. That's not what I'm asking about. I want to know how you're doing, Elaine. Much better now. The healer saw to that rather quickly, actually. Though I shall gladly bear any wound to keep the both of you safe, just as I said I would. Maybe you should reconsider. I would have been just fine without you getting yourself hurt for me. All the same, Dinah, I made you promise, and I fully intend to keep it, no matter the cost. Yeah, good, I knew you were still hurt. Now, go back to your tent and get some sleep, Elaine. That's an order. Holy hell, that's a lot. Must admit, Murad, after your memories returned, I feared you would venture off on your own, far beyond anywhere we could reach you. I'm relieved to see my worries were unfounded. That's actually exactly what I was planning to do. I thought an old soldier like me didn't have any right to stay here. Though when the moment finally came, I couldn't follow through. It's been years now since you brought me and Unify into your home, and the three of us started living as a family. Even as Zenoria's cold dominion pushed farther and farther into our lands, the warmth of our bond never faded. I still treasure the days of Unify dragging me outside to have a snowball fight with her, or you humming proudly as you embroider my armor with decorations more fitting for a young boy than a grown man. All that time, all those memories with the two of you are some of the best I've ever had. So no matter how much I wanted to cast life aside, I could never bring myself to do it. It's a good thing too. Unify and I would have been furious if he had abandoned us without so much as a single word. Yet I wonder, is there not another family waiting for you out there? A human family? Not anymore, there's not. My parents passed away when I was just a child. I think that explains the comfort I've felt in my life here in Vestorius. Forgive me for saying so, but I find that to be somewhat of a relief. I thought before about the possibility of you leaving us, Murad. And every time it ends with me in tears, struggling to bear such powerful emotion. Well, you don't have to worry. You and Unify are the greatest family I could ever ask for. Dinah and Prim. What are you doing out here, Dinah? You should be back inside where it's warm. Things were different when I was a kid, you know. Vestorius was a country of Bestrels and no one else. I'm sorry? But every so often we'd get human merchants coming in from the rest of February to sell their wares. For us kids, it was the most exciting thing you could ever imagine. I suppose all children love the same thing, no matter where they're from. One day I bumped into one of them, all by himself. Nice guy with a huge smile. Even gave me a necklace. Long as I agreed to tell all my friends about his store. So I did just that, showed it off to everyone who could find it. Always repeatedly exactly what he just told me. If anyone else wanted one for themselves, all they had to do was stop by his shop after sundown. Of course I didn't realize this at the time, but that was the last I'd ever see of them. What? Sometimes I think no matter what fights us Bristol's get into, there are some lines we just won't cross. Abducting children, for example. The humans, they'll do whatever it takes to indulge their own greed. It's terrifying beyond belief. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Dinah. Some might say I'm naive for thinking so, but I still have faith in the light of humanity. I wouldn't be much of a cleric if I believed otherwise. But at times I felt the same fear myself, come face to face with the darkness in our hearts. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag down the mood. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Same with Elaine and the rest of the gang. Oh yeah, might take some time, but I am trying to move on. Promise. It's late, Diana. You should really head in to get some rest. Always quick to offer your opinions, aren't you? Forgive me. I didn't mean to impose. Don't worry, it's nothing worth apologizing over. It's only natural a commander cares about what his soldiers are getting up to. And that's all you see me as, right? A soldier? Of course not, Diana. You're far more than that. Just that. Keep your voice down, will you? You're gonna wake up the whole camp if you keep shouting like that. Indeed, I should have spoken to you in such a manner. And maybe I shouldn't have been so harsh on you, but you really do care too much. Who knows when that will end up killing you, Elaine. Just like it always did before. You speak true, and yet I am glad to have kept both of you safe, despite the somewhat severe pain I endured in doing so. Well, it's not worth dying over. There are a lot of people out there who couldn't stand to see you get hurt, including me. So don't forget to look after yourself, yeah? I won't, though I can't promise the same if someone I care about is in danger, someone like you. You should get back to camp, Elaine. I'll be there soon enough, so don't go worrying about me while I'm gone.
As you wish. Good night, Diana.
Why can't you just hear what I'm telling you, damn it? Was she offering? Was she propositioning the young prince there? Like, I'll be back to camp to meet you in the dead of night. Something's up.
Look, Jennifer, the sunrise is gorgeous, don't you think?
In this land of snow, the sky seems to be a single blue petal set ablaze at its edge by dawn's first light. Whoa, that sounded almost like poetry for a second there. Is it really that different back in Elheim? Indeed it is. My dawns are far more akin to golden nectar spilling down the side of a ripe persimmon. Wow, I hope I can see that for myself someday. You know, all this stuff about the sky is really bringing back memories. This one time, a few years ago, I was walking on the beach when I spotted cloud shaped like the fuzziest cat you've never seen. I tried running after it to see where it was heading, and ended up falling straight into the ocean. Luckily, Marauder was there to scoop me out, but I got a real scolding from Ramona once we got home. I guess the lecture is what it deserved for all the effort it took to warm me up again. You seem to have been quite the inquisitive child. Still, I'm glad there was no lasting harm. For what it's worth, I think it's wonderful that your imagination can summon forth cats in the sky. In your eyes, perhaps it truly was there, prowling the heavens in search of a mouse to catch. It almost makes me proud of the whole disaster when you put it like that. Hey, I know. Why don't we do a bit of cloud watching ourselves right now? Lovely idea, made all of the lovelier by the colors of the rising sun. Do you see that one there? It resembles a poisonous herb which grows rampant in my homeland. I think that's a little more intense than what I had in mind. So you rebelled against Zenoira in hopes of rescuing the king's daughter, and in doing so lost your memories as well as your body. As far as I can remember, yes, I expect the only human in all of Febris to have ever experienced such a thing. Yet here you stand, undeterred in your ambition to help those in need, both within Vestorius' borders and beyond them. I have to imagine you've always borne this clarity of purpose, even as a human. Purpose, huh? I'm not sure that had anything to do with that. Deserting Zenoira was a spur-of-the-moment decision, urged by passing emotion and nothing more. And once I had remembered what happened, once I knew who I really was, I kept it from the very people I've come to think of as a family. So don't talk to me about purpose, Elaine. The only constant in my life is betrayal and deception. Even should that be the case, I'm certain you made the right decision. Few others would do what you did for the daughter of a king you were meant to slay. It was a staggering feat of bravery, Morad, and I will not let you convince yourself otherwise. There was something else I remembered just as you said that. As my conscience faded after I had turned on Zenoira, I thought my end had finally come. Yet in that moment it wasn't a fear of death that gripped my heart, it was pride. Thank you for the reminder of that, Elaine. And you're right, you know. Maybe everything really had turned out for the best. I'm sure it has, Murad. Nearly done. What marvelous architecture, though in truth nothing could be more wonderful than the unspoiled nature of these lands. Indeed, not even Cornea can boast such verdant forests. Yet I'll not deny your nation bears far more greenery than ours, at least. What is it, Ramona? Look above us there in the sky. Have you ever seen such magnificent birds before? Only in Helmheim, I suppose. They're quite the striking features now that I observe them more closely. Likely as a means of adapting to their environment, all life in progress has developed in such a manner. Why, speaking of birds, there exists a breed in Best Ocean which can swim through the ocean with all the elegance of a noble carp. Must feel wonderful to possess the freedom to roam either sky or sea whenever their fancy strikes them. Alas, that particular variety of bird are incapable of conventional flight entirely. But what a lustrous glow these mushrooms boast. I wonder what they taste like. Best ask in town if they're poisonous first. If only there were a library I could consult on the matter. Truly are similar, you know. I'm sorry. I speak of you and Yunofi, of course. Your mannerisms are nigh identical. You mean to imply I'm excitable as a teenage girl? Still, I can't exactly help myself. There's much of the world I've never seen, having lived in Vestoris my entire life. I understand how you feel. Whenever our march brings us to new lands, I'm struck by the insatiable urge to know every last detail of the region. After all, you never know what wonders may await behind a neighboring tree or a distant mountain. It appears the two of us have more in common than I realized. Just a welcome surprise, yes. I must admit I'm impressed you noticed these birds at all, given how far away from them we stood. Don't be the eyes of an owl, inherently a great deal keener than those of a human. So why aren't you an archer? A natural disadvantage, eh? Unfortunately, yes, but feel free to let me know if you ever discover something I haven't. So I shall. Like, yeah, why are you a magic caster then? Like, you should be an archer. Oh boy, that's a lot. Oh, right away. Ah, Elaine, you're up early? Indeed I am, but I must ask, what is it you're doing out here? Preparing breakfast, of course. I thought to welcome back the evening's patrol with a hearty meal fit for even the most wary of Bestrels. I must care deeply for your brethren if you're willing to put in such effort for them. I do. Even the diverse bloodlines of Vestroyas are all but branches on one large family tree. But enough about that. Perhaps you'd like to try a bowl. Hope you enjoy. My personal recipe, honed and heightened through years of steady refinement. It looks wonderful. What is it exactly? A humble fish stew comprising thick cuts of salmon in a soup made from only the freshest milk in all the region. Just about every family does it their own special way, and this particular technique is mine alone. What a delicious stew it is! Rich in flavor, yet gentle on the palate as well. I'm glad it's to your liking. Is everything alright, Ramona? Oh, I'm sure you know, Elaine, Bestoris has historically had limited relations with other lands of Fevris. For better or for worse, the majority of Bestrels are wholly indifferent to the outside world. We'd much rather focus on our own affairs than concern ourselves in those of others. But I've begun to realize something. Traveling the lands as we have of late, just as the manifold Bestral bloodlines strive to help one another, so too should the disparate nations of Fevris. I very much agree. As for this future you struggle so badly to achieve, do you picture Bestrels to be part of it? I do. Although we still much to learn of each other's customs and cultures. I'm confident that conversations such as this will engender a world where all races can live in harmony. What a pure, noble soul you are. I'm grateful to know the ideologies of tomorrow rest firmly in your hands today. And I pray for your success in making the future you believe in an eventual reality. I've no doubt we shall do so together, Ramona. Now come, eat your stew before the frigid air steals all its warmth. Oh god. Oh, where is it? Shitting Christ. Somewhere here. I hope this is it. Why didn't you spawn me inside the city? Oh, the smell. Ah, I knew it was you, Elaine. Sorry, were you tracking my scent? It's really easy to tell you apart from anyone else. Got this noble smell, but it's kind of rough around the edges too. Totally different from pretty much any bestial. Interesting. I never would have realized that myself. What else? Were you out here picking berries? I can smell them in your bag. Can? And I can tell you had what you had for dinner last night if I really put my mind to it. Or if you're getting sick. I don't even know what you're thinking right now. How does that have anything to do with my scent? Oh, it doesn't. That's just a little joke. But wait a second. What is it this time? We have to get out of here, Elaine. There's a blizzard coming our way, and fast. Is this another of your jokes? I'm serious. Come on. Why? Wait. The city gates were right there. Why'd you run off this way? Just a good thing we left when we did, Unifi. Any later, we would have found ourselves trapped in quite the storm. I must say, it's truly impressive how you can perceive the weather by smell alone. That's just how it goes when you've lived in Vestoris as long as I have. You need a nose for something, I'm your girl. This should be the place. Oh, and the ice is pretty thin around here, so make sure you follow every step. Len. So I shall. Still, it's striking just how dangerous of a land Vestoris can be, especially when something as commonplace as gathering materials can carry deadly implications. I struggle to think how we could ever manage without you, Unifi. Why, if you're not here next to me, I wouldn't be able to walk safely. That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Not in the slightest. Absent your guidance, our battles through the tundra would prove far more difficult. In fact, I would hazard to say you're the only reason we've survived for as long as we have. Well, I'm just happy to help where I can. Now, this next part is where things get really tough. Grab my hand. You'll have to follow my footsteps exactly if you don't want to fall into holes hidden under the snow. Very well. Well, your hand is freezing, while yours is so warm. Guess you'll have to hold on tight then. It'll thaw you out in no time. Thank you, Unifi. To be honest, it's so cold out here I was beginning to grow somewhat numb. And you didn't think to tell me? You could have gotten frostbite, Elaine. You have to preserve that royal penis. Yet again, we've met with success in battle, and it's entirely thanks to you, Unifi. You're very welcome, but I don't know, feels like maybe you're complimenting me too much. I'm not certain I see the problem with that. I guess it's just getting my hopes up is all. Makes me think you might even want to live here in Bestoris with me after the war. That's not possible, Unity. Not for the man who's going to be king, I know. Indeed, reclaiming my kingdom is the very reason I embarked on this journey to begin with. Maybe I could come with you then. Though I wouldn't really be able to help you as much as if you're not braving the tundra together. 'Tis true that your aid has proven invaluable through the endless northern winters, Unity. But I would gladly let you lead me by the hand, no matter where we are in all the world. I can imagine no warmth more comforting than that. For in truth, I've grown rather fond of the way you pull me around. Elaine, not only that, but I wish to do the same for you in my home Cornea, once we claimed it as our own once more. Would you be open to that? Nothing would make me happier. And I've always wanted to see where you're from, too, so no matter what happens, I'll be right at your side, every second of it. Just promise you're really gonna go and show me around Cornea, I mean. I promised, Unity. Haha. Can't wait. It was merely a dream. I've already performed the rite of covenant, and I will not consider betraying it. Oh, here we go. There's the mother lode. Humorous, was it? I hear you're quite a breath of knowledge regarding flowers and their many varieties. I do, yes. Before she passed, my mother taught me everything she knew of the blossoms she loved so dearly, and forgive my indelicacy in the matter. Though in truth, I bear a simpler memory. My nursemaid spent many of her days tending to our palace's flower gardens. She was also the one responsible for training me to become Tyrannos. From dawn until dusk, she would instruct me in all manners of prayers and rituals, never allowing me to leave the castle walls. All the while Rosalind would wander the forest as she pleased without so much as a reprimand. In an act of clandestine defiance, I began to cultivate a garden of my own in the basement. Away from the sun, but how? Mushrooms, of course. Did you know they continue to grow, even absent the sun's light? Graced as I was by of Elder's blessing, the room soon filled with the fungi of nigh every shape and colour. They grew so tall, I feared they may burst through the ceiling. Their roots covered the floor like a soft, earthy carpet. Brilliant spores danced through the air in much the same way fairies do. It brought to mind scenes from the greatest fictions I've ever read. Sounds closer to a horror story to me. Yet nothing lasts forever. One day, my nursemaid discovered my garden. I had worked so hard to keep from her. But instead of scolding me, she went about burning the entire grove to ash. It was the most terrible sight I had ever witnessed. Can't say I altogether blame her. I was heartbroken, as you might expect. While it may have been little more than an attempt to calm my tears, she granted me a small corner of her garden to do with it as I please. Thus, I decided to grow a herb, the lively mint plant. Mint, but left unchecked, consumes everything in its path, yes. In the end, it choked the very life from my nursemaid's beloved flowers. How could you do such a thing? There's nothing quite like a bit of horticulture, Sorry I had to hear all that. The truth is, I'm the one who told my nursemaid about the mushrooms. But maybe it's best if we keep that from Ethelinda, yes? What a terrifying tale. No matter how long it's been, I will never get used to that accursed tent. Is that you, Fred? Ah, humorous. Are you having trouble sleeping as well? No, actually, I was enjoying quite a relaxing rest until I heard someone rustling around outside of camp. I'm sorry for waking you. It's not a problem, but if you need some help falling asleep, I may have just the thing. What beautiful incense. Are you sure you're willing to give it away so easily? I would do that and more if it meant helping you prepare. Go on and try it, please. Thank you, Humorous.
Good morning, Fran. How did you sleep? Wonderfully, thanks to you. The incense works great. Maybe too great, actually. It had the entire tent nodding off within minutes, even those who wanted to stay awake. Turns out Miriam wasn't too happy about being denied her reading time. Apologies, it seems I've only added to your worries. Not at all. I appreciate it, humorous, even if Miriam might not. Do you hear that, Lovren? The Abbey there must be holding a service. I recognize those hymns anywhere. As would I, yes. During my rule of patron, my citizens would often flock to church in order to raise their voices in dutiful song. Yet the guiltless echoes of their chants felt more akin to a curse in my ear. Despite the atrocities they inflicted upon my family, they sought one of their own amidst the Father's embrace. Still, I knew salvation was far beyond them, no matter how fervently they reached toward the heavens. Just as it was for me, the thought alone mocked me day in and day out. And now to hear those hymns once more, freed as I am from my mournful past, it feels as though fate itself mocks me as well. Come then, let's head back to camp. Lord Fortequia, I refuse to avert my gaze any longer. For years I chained myself to a city which had wronged me, to a tragedy, the pain of which I struggled to overcome, until you and the prince arrived to open my eyes to the truth. It is only now I realize casting aside my fear shall ever deny me the progress I so desperately seek. Thus I pray that none shall ever have to suffer the wretched sorrow I have. Then let me join you. I have some words I'd like to offer the Father myself, both for you and for your son. You have my thanks, Lady Scarlet. I heard this holiness had long since risen to the heavens, and Father Senatio was simply deceiving us. Yes, and while the Orthodoxy claimed to be neutral in the war, the pitiful man was at Zenora's every beck and call. Do you think he planned to install himself as the next pontifex? Father Senatio would do no such thing. She speaks true. Such was never my intent. Yet given the breadth of sins I committed, I'll not blame you for believing otherwise. Father, Nevertheless, I live on in search of atonement, day after agonizing day. In the name of Lady Scarlet's sacred charge, a duty we shall accomplish no matter the cost. All the same, I shall deservedly bear any insult, should it grant your enduring anger a worthy focus. If you could bring His Holiness back to us, I'd have no end to my words for you. Come, let us not waste our time with this traitor any longer. Memory serves correct, you must be Lady Scarlet's former lady-in-waiting, yes? I am. It has been some time indeed, Father. Yet you needn't defend me as though I was still your pastor. You too are a victim of my incursion. After all, I've heard you were severely wounded in the resistance effort our church did nothing to support, and should you too wish to criticize me, I would have no cause to dissent. You asked me to speak ill of you just as they did. I could never be so heartless. But Lady Rhaenys, I've heard much of your misdeeds, the regret you bear for what you've done. Yet at the heart of your every action was the deep and immutable love for the Orthodoxy and her adherents. And now you seek to not flee from the sins of your past, but confront them directly. I could never bring myself to condemn such strength of will. Forgive me. I didn't intend to dishonor you, sir. Pay me no mind, Father. All I hope is that you can find peace within yourself. I'm not certain I deserve such kindness, but I thank you for it all the same. Woo, making strides. How's that cargo looking, Bruno? Seems like a lot for one guy. Here, let me give you a hand. Nah, I'm good. I can carry this stuff in my sleep and still have room left for dreaming. Maybe, but it'll still take you all day if you do it alone. Now let me. I said no, here's my job, and damn it, I'm gonna do it. Look, you can still do most of it. I'm just helping, okay? Fine, if you're not gonna listen, I'll have to work so fast you can't even lay a finger on him. Race, is it? Not a bad idea. Damn it, why's the bastard so set on helping me? I said I'll get a triple serving of dinner for this, and now some rat keeps cutting in on my earnings. Just one box left, huh? Hands off, it's mine. Oh, quit your complaining. Why don't we just carry it together? Oh, that's gonna happen. I'm done taking your damn help. Come on, Bruno. What good are friends for if you don't come running for stuff like this? There. So, tired. Can't believe you managed to move all of this before noon. Though it wasn't really a wee operation, you must have carried 3 times as much as I did. What's happened to all your cargo, Bruno? You surely can't be done already, can you? Yeah, so Rapport. Raynus isn't done.
Good seeing you, friend. Enjoy now. Oh heaven, what
You'll miss out if you don't eat.
I doubt I could eat another bite. Enjoy now.
Wow.
Please help yourself.
I might have eaten a little too much.
Yeah, just Raynus. And all the new characters don't have anything.
Enjoy now.
Wow.
Please help.
I might have eaten a little too much.
Holy hell.
Enjoy now. A truly wondrous
You'll miss
feast.
that? Huh?
I doubt I could eat another bite.
It should do it.
Enjoy now.
Wow.
Please help yourself. I doubt I could eat another bite. Don't.
And we're done. Let's go. Hehe. Huh? Is something funny, my lady? Oh no, just happy to have you back at my side, Sanatio. It's quite a difference from the way you used to walk behind me when you first joined our army. Yes, I suppose it is. Lex often claimed I looked like a poor newborn duckling blindly following its mother. Well, that's a rude way to put it. And while I can't say I enjoyed being likened to a juvenile fowl, I'm rather pleased to note that his acerbic wit can no longer harm me. Is that what this is all about? You're only here next to me because you didn't want Lex teasing you? No, then what's the reason? My lady, you would consider us friends, would you not? As such, I had only hoped to behave in a manner that might bring you joy rather than solitude. Wait a moment, I see what you're doing here. Please go on. You simply mean to mock me just as Lex did. Perhaps I should go ahead if that's what you want. I'm sorry, Sana. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't meant it. What? I won't do it again. I promise you. Hehe. Huh? Forgive me, Oliver. I simply couldn't help partake in a jest of my own. You what? I thought you were really upset with me. and all went precisely to plan. It's good to see you smile again, Sonatio. I merely pray I can one day be the very friend you remember me as. Umris first. See it just up north. Umris, what are you doing out in all these thorns? Picking flowers, of course. Come look. They're beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen any anywhere before, not even in Albion. Neither have I. I'm not sure if I've told you this, but I've recently started pressing flowers from every war-torn land we came across. Far too often I find the most gorgeous blooms, crushed to death under the boot of clashing armies, while the flames of war have driven countless others to complete extinction, so I've decided to preserve at least one of each type that I might remember them in years to come. I'm sure the flowers appreciate what you're doing for them, Umris, though it is a shame you can't take them back alive. They would look incredible, all growing side by side in your garden. Well, that's what seeds are for. I was planning to plant a few once we got home, actually. Really? Then can I be the first person to see them once they've finally blossomed? As if you even have to ask, Scarlet. There's something I need to tell you, Umris. Now that you've joined the Liberation, I want you to become the knight you've always dreamt of being. What do you mean by that? When I first saw you again after all those years, armor-clad and blade in hand, I could have sworn you'd finally done what you set out to do. I didn't realize the opposite was true. That you were suffering more than you had words to describe. I'm sorry, Umris. Don't be ridiculous there. There's nothing to apologize for. You say that, but even now I can tell you're not being completely honest with me. Well, I won't stand for it, not anymore. So please, do it for me. Chase the dream we both know you always wanted. Scarlet, I used to think that everything would work itself out once I attained the strength to fight. But the moment I did, I was forced to point my blade at a dear friend, to abandon the very essence of who I was. It was then that I started to question why I even aspired to knighthood in the first place. It wasn't for power, at least. Not for its own sake. It was to protect the people I loved. Something I failed to do twice over. When I let my brother be taken hostage and when I turned against you. Enough, Umris. That's all in the past now. I'd much rather hear what you're going to be. A brave, kind knight who shields us all. Thank you, Scarlet. I couldn't ask for a finer friend. Thank you for asking me here, Rhaenys. I could never get enough of these rose oil, even as a child. I'm glad you were willing to let me brush your hair again. Now today I was thinking we might make use of these cosmetics as well. These are gorgeous, Rhaenys. When I first served as your lady-in-waiting, you were too young to have need of them. But I often dreamt of sharing makeup with you, once you had become a woman grown. Of course you're already radiant as it is, yet a few embellishments here and there could only serve to enhance that beauty. You would really do that for me? And how long I've waited for this day. As have I, my lady. Now, just stay still a moment. Hey, that tickles. Why not? I'm almost done. And there. Gaze into the mirror and tell me what you think. Wow, this is incredible, Rhaenys. I barely even recognize myself. I'm pleased to hear you like it. And to know that I'm the first to see how greatly it magnifies your natural charm. Thank you for this, really. Please, you needn't mention it. Though, what would you say to a stroll through town before we remove it? Perhaps we should find some clothes to match your new look. That sounds wonderful. Then let us be off at once. Oh, I can't wait. Still a ways to go. Oh my god. Fuck it. One sitting. We're doing it. What sweltering heat! I've never experienced such a sensation in all my years. Huh? There's a good girl. You must really needed that. What are you doing out here, Fran? Oh yes, just let my griffin take a little dust bath. It's the easiest way to keep her feathers clean while we're out on the march. Though I think she got a bit too excited about seeing all the sand in one place. Hear that, girl? We're heading back to camp. Ooh, what's this primal instinct coming over me? I'd like to take a dust bath as well, to feel the sand between my unclothed feathers. That's so much as a care in the world. I must, and yet... Calm, Romana, you are no mere simple bird, but a dignified bestial. Yet well, if I have the opportunity, perhaps I could indulge just this once. Well, His Highness would like to speak with you. Fran? Not what it seems like, I assure you. Just look away while I put my garments back on, please. Oh, of course. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd be taking a dust bath yourself. Can't exactly blame you. My griffin loves them too. In any case, I'd let His Highness know you'll be there soon. What utter embarrassment. I'll have to remind myself to never visit this bewitching desert again. I've never experienced such sweltering heat in all my life. It is pretty rough out here, yeah. We'd better start heading back to the Oasis. I understand this may be a rude question, Diana, but aren't you troubled by all that warm fur? Even if I was, what exactly am I supposed to do about it? I doubt you dare say I should cut it. That'd be like me telling you to scratch your own skin off. Didn't mean to cause offense. It's fine, really. I think the sun's just making me more irritable than usual. And you're not wrong either. It's tough living with a thick coat like this outside of Astorius. Reminds me of an old friend, actually. Guy loved to travel and eventually ended up down here in the desert. But by the time he came home, his fur was short as anything. Apparently the summer coat is what kept him nice and cool through all this heat. There's your answer, yes? Go on, shed. Can't just do it on command. Adjusting to a new environment like that takes months, not days. Would you mind not standing so close? That the armor of yours is hot enough to grill a steak on. My apologies. What about you? Ever thought about cutting the hair of yours? As though I could possibly do such a thing. I've let it grow for many moons in order to best resemble Ter Rosalind. It shall take far more than a little perspiration to break my conviction. Guess I'm not the only stubborn one around here, huh? But maybe it's more loyalty in your case. Either way, the only thing we can do is deal with it together. You following me for something, Dinah? I'm surprised you noticed. I want to know what you're doing out here all by yourself. Back in the day, me and my friend would come down to the shore every night, talk about what we were hoping to get out of life. Thought I'd come by and relive the memory. Must have cared a lot about these friends of yours. More than my own damn life. Always have and always will. Even if they weren't the same race as you. Because me, I still can't bring myself to trust me, not fully. All of us were born right here in this desert, you know. The second we were, we had the whole world treating us like thieves and lowlives. Not to mention what it's like actually living here. You see a lot of good people die way too young. But every day's a struggle just to keep on surviving. Stuff like a race never even crosses your mind. Huh? I know you got plenty of history, Dinah. Plenty of friends who did you wrong over the years. So I won't go saying you'll need to trust me right away or anything. But I'll more than earn it, I can promise you that. You already have. When you said you never think about race, I could tell you really meant it. Besides, I know what the eyes of a liar look like, and those aren't it. Guess I've got some work to do myself. You all do, Dinah. That's what makes life worth living. And here I thought I was gonna be thinking about old memories tonight, not making new ones. You there, here you were a hunter before the war. I'll have you know I despise your kind. The way you treat animals like they exist for your savage sport and nothing more. That's not how all of us feel. I myself respect the sacrifice of every life that sustains my own. Then why be a hunter at all? Because my father was one. Because this was the only way I knew to right his wrongs. What do you mean? My father was exactly the cruel and gracious sportsman of which you spoke. He hunted for fun, not out of necessity, out of no regard for the countless lives he stole. I often swore I would be nothing like him. Yet every time I ate an animal he had slain, I felt complicit in his loathsome ways. So I became a hunter myself, that I might amend them instead, to give thanks to the natural world for all it provides us rather than destroy its bounties for my own damn pleasure. Sounds like you're just as resentful as I am, then. Sorry for assuming otherwise. I've had plenty of bad experience with your type in my day. It would seem all of Febris is plagued by ruthless men like my father. Maybe so, but that's got nothing to do with you, so don't go punishing yourself for someone else's sins. I won't, and thank you for hearing my story, Dinah. It's hard to believe how quickly time flies. Unify, almost 8 years have passed since the day I first found you. Hey, Ramona, have you ever regretted to take me in? Well, you always were something of a troublemaker. If I ever took my eye off you for even a second, you would run off without a word, much as a word. Most of the time you would let yourself into people's homes and make friends with their children. But once you went missing for an entire evening, only to have spent the night sleeping beside the creatures of the forest. Despite our frantic searching, hard night didn't find you until you walked out into town come sunrise. Yeah, I remember. Sorry for making you worry. Please, it's little more than an amusing memory nowadays. In fact, I thought your ambition to be quite an admirable trait, as well as your keen ability to befriend anyone you meet in but an instant. It is your kind that should make such feats possible. Even as a young girl, you were capable of so much, things I myself often struggled with. What I mean to say is the only emotion I feel toward my time raising you is pride. You and Murat are my family, Unify. The most wonderful family I could ever imagine. Ramona, I'm glad you're the one who found us all those years ago. Thank you for being the best mom in the world. You gonna eat this bread, Sean? Because if you won't, I will. Liza, wait. Hey, what have you done? You have to regurgitate it, isn't it? Too late. Should have said something sooner if you really wanted it that bad. That's not the problem, Liza. Well, I'm sorry for assuming you weren't gonna eat it. If anything, it looked like you were gonna plan to get rid of that thing. Yes, because I was. The bun was more mold than bread. Yet just as I was asking for father again for wasting food, you arrived and snatched it out of my grasp. Oh, come on, a little mold never hurt anybody, except it has. I mean, think about cheese. We let that stuff go bad on purpose, right? Just curious though. You know any magic that can empty a person's stomach? Unfortunately, no. The only remedy will be to let time run its course. Right. Anyway, don't worry, Sharon. I'll be fine. I hope you will. But perhaps I'll start praying for your forgiveness again, just in case. What a dumb hope. Really? In the town? You there, Malia, was it? Modern, here to pass me for maid money, I assume. Hey now, I enjoy a drink as much as the next man, but that's not what I'm here for. About that sword you've got, mind if I take a closer look? Yeah, not at all, you got a better taste than I realized. Keep a grip on that thing, mind you. I'd rather not get cleaved in two today. Don't worry, the sword's practically a part of my body. It's got a real aura to it, intimidating if I had to pick a word. What makes me really curious is what it's made of. Looks to me like some kind of stone. Not iron, but I've never felt stone like this. Think you're onto something there. Thing's been in my family for generations. Don't even think it's from Fevris. Wherever it's from, they must have had quite some skill to cut and polish stone this hard. Anyway, we done here or what? Just a few more minutes, please. I'll buy you all the rounds you can ever want once we're done. Sure about that? I drink as much as a small army, you know. Hey, we'll see if we have the stomach to back that up. Hey, what a stunning engraving. Oh. Listen, I know you did a favor showing me your sword. I didn't think you'd drain every last cast in the tavern. Hey, you're the one who offered. Now come on, I'm still thirsty. What have I got myself into?
You won't find finer weapons in all of Drakenhold. Be wait.
A mere thief training as though he were a soldier in true. Ridiculous. Got that right, but I am part of the Liberation, same as you. Have to do whatever it takes to prove I'm worth keeping around. What admirable mentality. It would seem I have to revise my assessment of you. No need, you were right, you know. Now just do me a favor and leave me to it, yeah? Apologies, but I'll not acquiesce so easily. Perhaps I could teach you an old family technique to offset my earlier incivility. Now you're talking my language. Heed well then, as I'm certain you know, angels such as I are capable of striking at foes from any and all directions. As such, the only reward you'll earn from aiming your shield straight ahead is a divine sword in your unprotected back. No, to properly combat an angel, you need to be both fleet of foot and extreme adaptability. Now bear witness to the radiant light, which shelters all. That's not seriously what it's called, is it? Holy. Well, with such a technique amidst your arsenal, none shall ever harm you or your allies again. Yeah, I don't know, I felt like I was about to pass out just watching you. For but a moment's use, your true mastery can only come after half an hour of uninterrupted practice. Perhaps I've grown weak behind the invulnerable walls of Peyton. Maybe you're better off just letting people fend for themselves then. They can't really attack while you're fluttering around him. I'll show you. Doquia, is it true you can commune with the spirits of the dead? If so, I wish to hear my mother's voice, but one more time. I fear not the slightest idea what you mean. Compose yourself, Orc, and speak plain, that I might better understand your words. Well, it's merely that I heard a fellow archaeologist spreading the most incredible news. He claimed that angels could pull back the veil of death and summon the voices of those beyond. Tell me, where do you hail from? Cornea, sir. Aha. 'Tis a land graced by a few of my kind. It hardly comes as a surprise to learn the prevalence of such falsehoods. Then you can't speak to the dead? With that, I desperately long to hear my son's voice even one more time. I didn't realize you were a father for Doquia. It is a time long past, sadly. I love that boy more than life itself, yet he was stolen from me upon Zenora's invasion of Albion. I'm sorry to hear that. We shall never be one with the minds of the deceased, Orc. Not until we ourselves have passed on to the great beyond. Even if it were possible, such desecration would defile our very souls, and disturb the slumber of those who wish to contract all the while. Do you understand? I do. Then hold fast to the memories of your loved ones, for only they can provide the comfort you seek. You would do well to remember those words, Orc. I will. I hope you can forgive me this senseless outburst. I too know the pain which comes from yearning for the dead, and I pray you will not succumb to the same mistakes I did in this pursuit. Got a problem, old man? Sagoval, I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. I mean, our last battle, you kept standing back instead of rushing the enemy. That horse of yours just for show, or what? You should be up in the front with me, not sitting around, while everyone else does all the work. Perhaps, but I thought it prudent to formulate a strategy first rather than charge in with reckless abandon. Well, I guess you've got a point there. But that doesn't change the fact that you're too damn careful. Got some speed too. Real shame you never see you use it. I suppose you do err on the side of caution, yes. And as you've stated, that does occasionally cause me to miss opportunities to strike. Now you're getting it. You and me will be clawing at Zenora's throat before they know what hit him. However, there is no danger greater than a careless offensive, such as the heedless aggression you showed in our most recent battle. I guess I might have gotten a little carried away, yeah. And yet, this could be the ideal moment to address both our shortcomings. In the flames of war, next lap at our feet, I shall stand beside you leading the charge. Now you're telling me, and don't worry, I won't move a muscle till you give the word. That's what partners do, right? Where? This game, I swear. So obtuse sometimes. Jerome, what are you doing out here in this hour? Lady Hilda, I was simply hoping to enjoy the crisp coastal air with my trusted steed here. As was I, actually. I figured my weapon would use a nice stretch to his wings for a moment. In that case, I shall leave you to it. Farewell, my lady. It seems our friends want to introduce themselves. It's not often my weapon acts this way with other animals, you know. My steed tends to be more of a solitary animal, especially around such a fearsome playfellow. It's strange. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed they'd been acquainted for years. It is a rather perplexing state of affairs, yes. Now then, we must really be going. Hold a moment. What is it? Would you mind if I fed your horse an apple first? Oh, is that all? Of course, I'll have, apples are his favorite food. Seems like you enjoyed that. By the way, Jerome, is there a reason you've been so on edge all evening? Forgive me, my lady, I confess I often find myself burdened by a rather irrational fear of wyverns. I'm constantly worried that one will snap my hand off with his powerful jaws. In that case, maybe now is a good time as any to learn there's nothing to be afraid of. Here, try giving him a few of these berries. And you're certain he won't think to feast on my helpless Jerome instead? I promise. Very well. I hope you enjoy, Sir Wyvern. Ah, he appears to be quite pleased with that. Thank you, my lady, for a most awe-inspiring opportunity. If anything, I should be thanking you. A little excursion was just the break my wyvern needed to take his mind off the pressures of war. I'm glad to have been of assistance, and perhaps now I won't cower in fear when I encounter an enemy rider of your ilk. I'll believe that when I see it. I saw you speaking with Sharon earlier, Rhaenys. Yes, and what of it? She is a truly wonderful person, pure in her attentions and noble in her deeds. Thus I merely wish to express my gratitude for her always coming to my aid. You're correct, Sharon is akin to a mighty goddess amongst simple humans. Yet did you truly need to share tea with her? Indeed I did. I could think of no better way to share my appreciation for everything she does. You should have seen the way her face lit up as I presented her with an ornate arrangement of her favorite cookies. She nibbled at them in the most endearing fashion, dainty as a forest creature. You'll not steal her from me, foul temptress. Although it's been some time since I've enjoyed such a respite with Sharon myself. Yet I believe you'll be pleased to know that you were one of the few things she could bring herself to discuss. Your courage, your beauty, your kindness, she clearly valued your friendship greatly, Ocles. And while our conversation did wander at times, she only wore the most brilliant smile when speaking of you. Did she now? I mean, yes, of course she did. There truly can be none more charming than her. Very well. You may speak with Sharon however you wish, but don't even think about turning her against me. What a powerful bond they share. Oh, we're in for it. Hey there, Nina. You been doing okay? Captain. Easy there. I'm just a regular soldier, same as you. Not to me, you aren't. Suit yourself. Life sure is a funny thing, though. One day I'm tossing you out of Reds, the next I'm out of the pack myself. And now here we are, both flying the Liberation flag. It's an honor to stand beside you once more. Are the others doing all right? More or less, I'm sure. Can't be easy losing everything they thought they lived for. But there's not much tougher than a cornered rat. They'll survive. All this snow didn't break their spirit, nothing will. Yes, I suppose you're right. Oops, almost forgot. I brought you something. What is it? A rock rat classic, straight from Sren's recipe, the Rat Witch. Oh, but don't get your hopes up too high. It's nothing special, just some meat and eggs shoved between two halves of bread. Now, have I ever heard of this before? Guess I never got the chance to make you one. Now go on, eat. It's good, I promise. Hold on a minute, you want me to eat it? Here, with my hands? Yes, your damned hands. I know you're more of a knife and fork layer, but sometimes you gotta sink your teeth into a good sandwich. Trust me, you won't bite. Right, of course. Here goes nothing, I suppose. It's incredible. Using yolk, the tender meat, and the simple yet slightly sweet bread. Told you, didn't I? It's nothing fancy, but there's no beating that rustic flavor. You know, Sven always was the only one of us who could actually cook. Guy was real nice about sharing his recipe, though. I'll have to compliment him the next time I see him. Slow down there, kid. You're gonna choke if you keep talking with your mouth full like that. Oh, I can't breathe. I got you, dear. Just one. Just push. So much for elegant. Say, Diana, everything in Deliberation's pretty nice, huh? Where's this coming from? I guess they're not bad for outsiders. Aha, I knew you were warming up to them. You say that like I'm colder than the damn snow. If anything, it feels like they just stay away. Feels like they would let me do my own thing. Not what I'd call friendly. Are you sure you're not just avoiding them? Nah, that's not it. If I had to guess, I'd bet they're all afraid of the scary bestials and her sharp claws. And they're right to be. If I get too close, it's really easy for me to accidentally cut someone. You know what that sounds like to me, Dinah? You don't want to hurt anyone, so you're subconsciously staying as far away from them as you can. Clever analysis, but I don't think so. Well, let me finish. Remember that time you were holding hands when I was still just a kid? I accidentally grazed one of your claws and started bleeding all over the place. Now you say you only look after yourself, but I know you've kept them far down ever since. Don't think you could notice that. The friend I care about as much as you, how could I not? Even so. I won't hear another word of it, Dinah. Got news to spread. News? What news? Listen to this, everyone. Dinah just told me she only being distant because she cares about you. Jennifer, wait, get back here this instant. Okay, across the bridge and around. Thank you both for the wonderful gifts, and of course, the fine meal as well. Been some time indeed since the three of us last dined like this, but I pray we can do it again sooner than later. You think she was happy with that? I'm sure she was. Looks like all that time we spent planning paid off then. Seeing how much Ramona was enjoying it, I honestly couldn't help but smile too. Indeed, it was one of the finest days I could ever remember. By the way, Murad, don't you think it's a little colder than usual today? Not particularly, no. You come down with a fever, Unifi. Let me feel your forehead. Well, no, that's not... your body temperature seems to be normal, but your hands are practically frozen solid. My hands? Oh, well, Speaking of hands, I actually have a present for you, Murad. You do? Here, I hope you like it. What magnificent mittens. And sorry about earlier, I only asked if you were called because I wasn't sure how to bring it up. Don't apologize, Jennifer. The truth is, I bought you a pair of mittens as well. You did. And they're even the same style as the ones I got you. Just a lot smaller. I too wasn't sure how to broach the topic earlier. My comment about your hands was the best attempt I could make. And here I thought this kind of stuff only happens in fairy tales. As did I, and I won't complain to know we both came up with the same idea. Thank you, Olivia. I'll think of you every time I put them on. Same here. And coincidence or not, I'm glad we got the match now. Perhaps we should both wear them, and the three of us next have dinner together. Though I imagine Rhoda would feel left out without mittens of our own. That's an easy problem. Let's buy her some. Yes, let's. I can't imagine see the look on her face when we give them to her. Oh, I don't think I'll ever get to sleep. Oh, is that Gobble? Where's he going at the time of night? Grandpa, Grandma. Gobble? Who's there? Oh, it's just you, Unify. Are you crying? Me? Not a chance in hell. But, listen, you better not tell anyone about this or else. I won't, promise. So what are you doing here anyway? Well, I couldn't sleep, so I stepped outside of my tent for a second, and that's when I saw you wandering off. What about you? Is there a reason you're out in the middle of nowhere by yourself? What is it? Fine, I'll tell you. My grandparents, alright? Ever since they died, I can't stop thinking about them. Govil, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Just had another dream about him, too. I was a kid again, living in that cozy little house they used to have. It's the happiest time I can ever remember. You must have really loved them. I did. But I still didn't think you'd catch me crying over it. Seems like you're always finding the parts of me I never planned on sharing. Maybe you could tell me for real then. About your grandparents, I mean. Guess I don't have much choice when you put it like that, but just a few stories, okay? My grandpa used to run a tavern over in town one day. And one day... Ah. Lower your blade, Leia. I'm not some wild beast, if that's what you're worried about. Forgive me, Sir Bertrand. In this dark, all I can see was your massive frame and fur-clad ears. I thought you an animal, come to devour our rations. A natural assumption. If anything, I'd be more concerned had the sight not put you on edge. Still, I worry about what might have happened had I swung you by mistake. If only we had a way to set you apart, even at a glance. By the way, what is it that you're holding? Flowers for my son. The anniversary of his death is fast approaching. I'm sorry. It's alright, I won't be there to lay them on his grave, given the progress of our march. Yet I thought to at least gather his favorites and carry them with me in remembrance. This may sound like an odd suggestion, Sir Bertrand, but have you considered affixing one of these flowers to your armor? Ah, to set me apart, as you mentioned before. That's actually not what I meant. In a sense, it might help you feel like your son is still here, trapping beside you all the while. No flower live forever, of course, but it should last through this anniversary at least. Then I'll do just that. Thank you, Leia. And you, my son. As deeply as I yearn to see you again, I fear our reunion will have to wait. Yeah, look at us, sharing drinks like a couple of old pals. Can't say I ever expected it. Though unlike you, this is water I have. Not alcohol. Never met a guy who doesn't like his liquor, but don't worry, I won't push it. By the way, Bertrand, what are you thinking you'll do once this war is all finished? First I plan to help my village rebuild. After that, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that sounds like you. Me, I'm gonna pick up where my grandpa left off before he died, running a tavern in one of the local towns. I had no idea you had tradesman's blood in your family. Good news is I won't even have to fix up the building. It's still standing just as tall as I remember it. It's a fine idea, I'll see that. But have you ever actually run a business before? I can't imagine it's an easy task with no prior experience. It's not, but my grandpa taught me everything he knew, back when the world was a bit calmer. Just got one problem. What is it? Well, it's not exactly in the best area. The place fills up quick with angry drunks, miserable beggars, and poor souls looking to swap a mug or two. The old man has some real trouble with them too. Far cry from the picturesque little alehouse I envisioned. Hey, feel free to say no to this if you want, but what do you think about being my shield? Protect the tavern, you mean? I would expect you more than capable of handling such undertakings yourself. You know, this me you're talking about. Right? I start fights, not prevent them. But with a big guy like you keeping watch, nobody will even think about stealing from us. That solves the problem way better than my sword does, if you ask me. More peacefully, too.
Well, what do you say?
I wouldn't be guarding the tavern so much as the people who frequent it. You say something over there? I could use something to motivate me once the war comes to close. Very well, Grover. I'll pay you a visit once my village is restored. You will? I mean, yeah, of course you will. I can't wait.
Hey, Dinah.
Yeah? Huh? Oh, nothing. Like I'm gonna buy that. Come on, up with it. Well, it's just been ages since we got to bask in the sun like this. This is the same spot where we used to do it, too. Then we'd sneak over into the checkpoint after dark and scare the life out of all the soldiers. We're lucky we never got caught, now that I think about it. I can't imagine enjoying the local jail too much. But I guess I understand why Ramona always got so mad at us when we told her about it. I miss those days, you know. We thought we were invincible, that nothing could touch us as long as we were together. Sometimes I wish we were still those kids, innocent, happy. Dinah? Listen to me, Unifi. What is it? The world with Zenora is getting worse every day, and it's not stopping anytime soon. You never know when I might not be able to protect you anymore. And if I'm not, I want you to go with Elaine. He'll treat you safe, I'm sure of it. What are you talking about, Dinah? You always promised we'd protect each other, not just one way around. You're a good kid, you know what? You know that? But sometimes you've gotta forget the past and look ahead. Dinah, I can't believe you'd even think such a thing. Hold on, Unifi. No, as long as we've known each other, it's always been what you want, what you feel. Well, what about me, huh? Of course I want to make it through this war, but I don't want to do it without you. So please, never talk to me about dying again. I'm sorry, Unifi. I wish I could promise you just that, but the real world's not as pretty as we'd like. There's no guarantee that any of us will make it back alive. I don't care. The only thing that matters to me is being with you.
Fine, you win.
I'm not going anywhere, I swear it. Thank you, Dinah. You're the best friend a girl could ever ask for. And I guess this is what I get for indulging you all the time.
Oops. Roll.
Quit scamming, come with me, Brett. Ah! Unharmed this instant. Ugh. Thank you for saving me, brave knight. Nina! I could have sworn I saw someone snatching that girl. Looks like you went and handled him before I could even lift my spear. When I was still but a child, my father took Mila and I out to the woods on a hunting trip. And we ended up separated from him along the way and ran afoul of a bandit who thought to make hostages of us. The blackguard would have succeeded too, if not for a valiant knight who rode up to fight him off. Glad he did, you know. It was then that I decided I would become a knight myself. Me and I would often pretend at it, using branches for swords and partlets for shields. Our mother even joined us, playing the part of the damsel in distress. She was always there to watch us, standing on and disgraced whenever we got hurt. But she passed not long after, and my father remarried. Of course, Millie, always the more adaptable of us, quickly grew close to our new stepmother. Though don't mistake me, the woman is nothing but a kind soul who tries her hardest to please us. Yet no amount of kindness could ever replace our mother. So that's why you ran. Found yourself throwing in with the rock rats. More or less, yes. In any case, I think that's quite enough for now. Should we return to camp and make ready for our next battle? I suppose we should. Been wondering, Captain, when did you come up with the name Rock Rats? Oh, it makes sense you've never heard of it. There's no saying, cling to life with all the tenacity of a wounded rat. Sounds just like us, right? Almost uncannily so. And I've got a story to back it up. A long time ago, there was this family over in Drakenhold. A mother, a son, and a dad who worked himself to the bone to keep them all fed. It was a modest life, but they were happy. Till one day a noble in town got his house picked clean by thieves. The dad of the family was the only suspect, ended up getting sent to the gallows and fleeced of his hard-earned gold. His wife, racked with grief for her lost love, tried to end it all, kill herself and her son too. But the kid made it out. Without the family left to speak of, his only choice was turning to a life of banditry. Each day hurt bad, but he'd do anything it took to survive. So he went from town to town, clung to life with all of the tenacity of, well, you know. Never could get over his hatred for nobility, though. Captain, everywhere he went, it was always the same thing. The strong stealing from the weak. It was greed, plain and simple. And if you didn't want to be taken advantage of, you had to get stronger. I had to. That's why I started the Rock Rats, to give outcasts like me a place they could call home. As for the name, I already said, there's not a stone storehouse in Fevra safe from the persistence of a rat. Making a fitting moniker for a band of thieves who plied the same trade. Captain, you should know. I already do. Your nobility. Daughter of a Cornian lord. But, sorry Nina, you've known since the day you first asked to enlist. It was obvious, really. Then why did you permit to join? I thought you hated nobles like me. Not ones who fight the same reason I do. We're both out here trying to protect those who can't lift the sword for themselves. That's good enough for me. Anyway, I didn't mean to give you my whole life story there. Now come on. Last I checked, you're on cooking duty tonight. Yes, Captain. Oh god, where? What the fuck, game? Ah. So obtuse. That's some wyvern you got there, Hilda. It's gorgeous, really. Oh, you're a keener eye for beauty than most in our army, though he was always rather admired for his looks back home. Especially when it came to battle, there's no sight quite like a wyvern tearing an enemy soldier apart. Yeah, I can barely tear my eyes off him once he gets going. People must really love wyverns where you're from, huh? Unfortunately, no. Most consider them fearful beasts and stay away as possible. Few humans are willing to ride them, even fewer wyverns are willing to trust us. Guess that makes you two pretty special. Yes, in a sense. It was almost a stroke of fate that we met. I was still a child at the time, and a gifted child at that, but if you don't mind me saying, the other children always resented me for it, took their frustrations out on me day after torturous day. Until one day I couldn't stomach it any longer and ran off to the hillside where wyverns were known to nest. You mean by yourself? Indeed, I rightly assumed my tormentors lacked the courage to follow me, but upon finally reaching the hillside I came across an all too familiar scene. My wyvern here, the most handsome of his brood, was being viciously attacked by his very siblings. It was a surprise, of course, to see the natural world behave as cruelly as our own. That shock soon gave way to a blind rage, and I found myself foolishly attempting to intervene in the struggle. Bare moments before the creatures pierced my skin, my friend here ushered me upon his back and took to the skies. Needless to say, we'd been inseparable ever since. After we returned home, my own harassers never dared speak ill of me again. I never realized you had so much in common. Well, now you know. There's none I could ever trust more in all the world. Monica? Monica? I heard about the rumor, Ramona. They say a local witch is selling handcrafted blood potions in that town over there. Oh, I hadn't realized you take interest in such frivolous topics. It is not the effect which draws my gaze. If anything, I fear this potion conceals a tonic which more wicked purpose than we are led to believe. I suppose it's possible, yes. Perhaps we should take a moment to investigate, yeah? I would very much appreciate that. Oh no, it seems to be a little more than a cheap liquor distilled with a few harmless ingredients. As such, it elicits a sense of elation and peace with the world. It does not, however, produce feelings of love for another. It's merely the alcohol making people believe it does. I suppose in a sense love is its own intoxication of sorts, predicated upon a blind faith in someone beyond yourself. Should a person truly yield such fierce emotion, perhaps it's not as deceitful as I first thought. You speak from experience, Monica. I've known the allure of love on one or two occasions, yes. Though I can't say it ever came from a drink in my case. What if the potion did as it claimed? Would you have used it? Never. A vow of love spoken through unsober words would always ring hollow compared to one from the heart. Perhaps so. General affection must come from a place of mutual understanding, not heightened moods and garish tinctures. Aha, well said, Ramona. I do believe that is all of them. Yeah, that's everything. So let's save the game. Gotta put it here. Slot 2. Then return to title. And just out of curiosity, I need to check something. So do I just press new game?
Consider wisely our options. With me!
Really?
I have you!
Does this suit you?
I'm just looking at that formation. It is kind of bad.
Behold my might! I trust you!
My magic is... Victory is ours! Brace yourself!
I shall protect you! Does this suit you?
Witness the royal...
I am your shield. I shall protect you. We strive together. I trust you. Enjoy this.
Okay.
Go. Cornea shall never cave.
I just want to see the option select for difficulty. So you can get pretty far in this game. We just skip the cutscenes.
The day will be ours.
Yeah, I know what valor points are. I wish the game detects that I actually can do this. It's very silly.
Onward.
Man. Can't skip? Cannot skip. I have to do every single battle like this. Yeah, I know the flow of battle, thank you. Yeah, Noble Guard, I know that.
Let me.
Back when the game was so simple and you didn't have to worry about all the programming. And all the tactics and all that. Yeah, I know.
The time is at hand. To me. We march on. Well fought.
Okay.
The path is set. 'Tis ours now.
Yeah, I know.
Sure thing. On it.
Can't even command lane to be in position.
Ready. You got it.
That should have killed him, actually. The game stopped him because there's a HP threshold for this tutorial. No, we better make it in time. Yeah, I know.
In service of the royal family, I'll not fail you. Very well.
Yeah, and then it teaches you about swapping.
Gaze upon the face of your demise. I have you. I am with you.
I have you.
For the liberation.
Lex, are you alright? Blah blah blah. Can you skip, please? 3 healing tonics. Yeah, okay, cool. I have to use the tonic.
We march.
I never use that function of like
Onward.
commanding 2 units at once. I'd rather assign them a task each.
Your villainy ends here. Come then.
Easy now.
Good. You face me.
Light!
Don't go dying on me. A fine job. Come then. Good.
God, it's taking forever for you to level up. Jesus.
I'm ready to hit something.
Are you okay?
No stopping now.
Take notes, Lex.
Done and dusted. Sure thing. You got it. You face this one's mine.
Lex needs the help, honestly.
Healing.
Score one for Lex. Told you I'm awesome. Ready. On it. The time is at hand. The path is set. You don't stand a chance. Come then. I'm ready to hit something.
Yep. Lantern marks.
This struggle will only prolong the pain. Accept the mercy of a swift demise.
Are you okay?
That's how it's done. See, Chloe? I can do stuff.
Got a scratch. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
We march. Sure thing. You don't stand a chance.
Let's get rid of that guy.
You won't touch me.
Healing.
Score one for Lex. To me. You face me. Why are you doing this? You, who once stood as my mother's royal guard.
Enough of your questions, whelp. Interfere, and I shall see you suffer for it.
Let me.
We march on, must never yield.
I can't fail my sacred mission.
I'm up.
There you go.
Your villainy ends here.
Light!
A fine job. I've need of a rest.
Yeah. Where's the part where you give me the damn... There it is. Focus on pushing tackle mindless limits for players who are quite skilled at the strategy game. Desperate when seizing torture, members you cannot be redeployed and difficulty cannot be changed once selected. Cannot be redeployed. So basically I can't use Ash to revive them, which I barely did anyway. That's why I had so many by the end of the game. Let's go! Let's just finish this first mission and then we'll end it there.
Elaine?
We're surrounded. Not the welcome party I was hoping for.
Get your vile claws off of me!
Let her go.
Chloe!
I should have known you.
Let's be efficient about this. Chain formations. Oh, we got Travis as well. Good. I can only do up 2x2. Could do Clive. He's level 2, level 2. Oh, think quick rest. More valor points I have to get killed. Okay, good, we're good. This is what we have. First thing first, cavalry goes up.
I ride for Cornea. What shall I do? It shall be done.
Only do 2, so...
No surprise there. Go on. There in a second.
I shall never fail. The battle is ours. I'll prove my worth. I depart.
Time for payback.
Thanks.
Nope.
Nice try.
Nope. Yeah, that is the way usually.
I've arrived.
This won't be fun.
Okay. Well, immediately I'm fucking regretting this. Parting blow kills her. Yeah, okay.
Better
get some valor while we can then.
Prepare yourselves. Forgive. Victory.
Yeah, aware.
A perilous battle indeed.
Honestly, this is just sad and funny.
I still bear faith.
Really? Holy shit. Well then.
I can.
Restart. So I can't be complacent here. No, true's annoying. Yes, aware. I really want to be okay. You and Clive.
In service of the... What would you ask? As you wish. Come. Hold fast. I've not chosen my grave yet.
Looks like they got the crawling all over the harbor. Aware.
Gaze upon the face of your demise. Stand true. Glory to the liberation. For the liberation. Come. I have you. I am with you. A trivial undertaking.
Aware.
Awaiting your command. By hoist the banners. I'll not fail you. The day will be ours.
Come then.
You'll see no harm.
Oh, this is annoying.
We march. Onward.
What would you ask? Very well.
Your villainy ends here.
I shall protect you.
Good.
Good.
Finally freaking dead.
Gaze upon the face of your demise. Hold fast. I've not chosen my grave. Awaiting your command. As you wish.
Yeah, usually they do.
Come then.
I am your shield. You okay?
A fine job.
Come. Stand true.
I'll not let this go to waste.
What would you ask? I have taken it as our own.
You face me.
You'll see no harm.
Come on, kill him with Sting. There you go.
We march on. Well fought.
Kids on our pack. Come on, boys. We gotta teach them what they're up to. Oh, God. Finally, I get skipped the battles. Honestly, just leave you there.
To me.
I shall hold nothing back. For the liberation.
For the liberation.
They will know what hit them. Sure thing. You got it.
We march. Onward.
So, what next?
Yeah, that's about right.
It's not looking great.
Now then.
This isn't gonna end well.
That's fine.
Your villainy ends here.
Awaiting your command. By your word.
Come then.
Come. A trivial undertaking. What would you ask?
Really?
Very well.
Well, they do counter cavalry. Later there, so I'll let you know. What mercenaries actually? They're just called mercenaries, that's all.
Blood will be shed.
Well, look who finally came knocking.
I have you!
Bruh.
Healed.
You'll be okay.
I'm sorry, like, can you totally defeat such a powerful enemy? Yeah. I could do that.
Awaiting your command.
Your villainy ends here. The fine bout. The time is at hand. To me. You face me. Another step forth. We march.
I have my doubts.
Come then.
This may prove perilous.
You actually get healed. What the fuck? Give me a second.
By your word.
You face me. My legs grow heavy. The time is at hand.
Perhaps a bit of caution. As you wish. I shall hold nothing back. I've not chosen my grave yet. What would you ask? Very hoist the banners. Awaiting your command. By your word.
We march. The path is set.
What would you ask? There, I have arrived.
There is time yet to claim victory. Defeat will soon be upon us.
Yeah, you will good. You will just lose.
Apologies, but I fear we lack the time for pleasantries.
Figures. Let's get it over with then. I am your shield.
Went right through. What the hell? Tanky bastard. That's enough.
Awaiting your command. As you wish. Blood will be shed. Stand true!
That's fine. There you go.
You're done for!
The time is at hand.
So I have enough valor for the skill.
Stronger than ever. We march. 'Tis a deficient plan.
You'll see no harm.
You'll be okay.
This is fine.
Come.
This should kill the last one.
Stand. Hold fast. I fight in me yet. Fatigue has struck.
Your villainy ends here.
Come on.
I shall protect you. You're done for.
Good. Defeat will soon be upon us.
Gaze upon the face of your demise.
Stand. I have you.
Yo, assaulting last will finish him off.
The battle is won. My steed demands rest.
Come then.
There you go. Get wrecked.
We march on. I must
Alright, that's done it. But yeah, this is kind of difficult. This is definitely difficult, but not hard. I'm gonna struggle to find a use for Lex. Cause like no matter how you spin it, class sucks. You already know. We'll leave it be. Right, let me just get all these annoying tasks out the way. Are they just dead? Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna need you to be... Okay. $6,000 on me.
If it's steel you're after, you're in the right place. Done and done. Be
were impressed with received the result of renowned from North City. Yeah, I know. Like when I pick the highest difficulty, I should have the expectation that the game knows I know how to play. See, harness the reports of station guards of your laboratory, and station guard station will give them. Well, they're super fucking dead.
You'll see no harm.
Fine job.
Okay. Expand and select at the fort. Expand on. Okay, you need to expand on to get a new. It was like want me to do this. D or higher. Awesome. Let's go restore this town.
Here to shop? Or maybe to sell? Just say the word and it's yours. Come back.
Find capacity rate restoring unit. How do I revive them then? Are they just dead? Set leader, your leader type, change formation. Let me check something. I just want to understand what this is about. Oh, see, there's no, there's only permanent. Yeah, I have 2,000 permanent. What? Fuck's sake, it's just such a good to do now, experiencing permanent and experience the permanent. I get the truth around by finishing the game and unlocking the new game plus. Take note, you cannot switch back game to after switch. For permadeath to fully apply, an entire unit has to be wiped out first. When a party gets wiped out during this battle stage, it will trigger a can I not revive these guys, or...? Let me check something quickly. So basically, don't fucking use Lex ever if you don't want it to die. Jesus Christ, game. Let's go test that battle. I already know about it. Yeah, I know. I can't deploy.
No surprise there. Let's take what's ours.
Okay. Okay. After a battle, your wiped out units will be level to 3 and cannot be revived. When this happens, they cannot be deployed anymore, so you have to hire new air raids at the fort to replace them. Grind stage XP for XP or use energy to level up quickly. On subject, you need to know which way to prioritize progression and become familiar with how each unit. To avoid permadeath, organize your troops formation and set your tactics and templates. We're heading out to battle stage. Okay. So, basically, I know.
Pierce you clean through. They're beaten.
Let's return to Overworld. So I know what to do now then. But yes, it appears this game's done. So I'm going to do a Zenoir run privately. But yeah, okay. The game really does have permadeath on that mode. I'll have to acknowledge that. Damn, it's going to be very interesting when I do it. But that's for you guys to worry about in your imaginations. I'm going to be moving on to another game. This is just something I'm going to be doing privately. I just wanted a taste of what True Zenoir felt like. But hey, that's next time, guys. Goodbye.